Namaste and very warm welcome to one of you. I'm Dr. Shipra. Today is my coordinator, and today I will take you to the journey of the environmental sustainability where the students will be performing and participating in the competition. Today is a Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. It is exactly 8:32 a.m. here in Nepal. It is my absolute privilege and honor to serve as your master of ceremonies for this grand digital convergence, the international virtual conference on Innovate Green Business, proudly initiated by Southwestern College in close partnership with Southwestern Academic Research Center. As we log in today, our planet demands an urgent shift towards sustainability. Over the next few hours, this international summit will serve as a dynamic intellectual sandbox. We will explore high level research track in climate tech, decode environmental data analytics, and watch our brilliant undergrad students' teams pitch actionable eco-friendly startup concept directly to the global mentors. Before we trigger our premium inaugural sequence, a few quick platform guidelines for our digital room on Microsoft Teams. Please keep your microphone muted and camera deactivated unless you are cued to speak by the moderator panel. We highly encourage active interaction, so please feel free to drop your questions, insights, and appreciation for our speaker inside the live text chat box throughout the session. Ladies and gentlemen, the technical deck are clear, our global streams are live, and the future of green innovation starts right now. To set our global alliance in a motion, we will now transition to our first prestigious milestone and first technical session, that is distinguished delegates and global participants. We are now transition to a truly prestigious highlights of our inaugural session, the welcome address, and the international remarks representing our esteemed global partners. For this segment, we are deeply privileged to feature an international academic leader of profound distinction. Please tune on your screen as we play an exclusive pre-recorded message from Acting President and Vice Chancellor of Kuala Lumpur University of Science and Technology, Clust, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Hamd Hot Tat. Technical deck, please run the video broadcast.
grants, and data sharing agreements that reshape both corporate policies and local community initiatives. To our young scholars, postgraduate students, and researchers, I encourage you to use this virtual platform to challenge existing paradigms, ask critical questions, and seek cross disciplinary collaborations. The rigorous peer feedback you receive here today is intended to refine your methodologies.
And please still then to restart due to the technical,
Due to technical issue, I think most of them are not able to hear. So we are starting it again.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, global researchers, and fellow scholars, a very warm and pleasant welcome to each of you turning in from around the globe to the virtual international conference on Innovate Green Business 2026. It is an immense privilege to stand before you today representing Kuala Lumpur University of Science and Technology, Malaysia, as we gather to confront one of the most critical challenges of our generation: digital and ecological transformation, synergizing IT innovation with environmental sustainability. We are living in an era defined by a dual revolution. On one hand, rapid digitalization is reshaping industries, re engineering economies, and redefining human interaction. On the other, climate change demands an immediate collective shift toward ecological preservation. For too long, industrial growth and ecological preservation, preservation were viewed as competing priorities. Today, we stand as a unique crossroads where technology acts as an essential catalyst for environmental sustainability. This conference is designed to bridge that gap, proving that digital innovation can drive green corporate practices. At class, we believe that academic institutions bear a profound responsibility to lead this transition. True sustainability requires robust cross-border and inter-institutional partnerships. Our collaboration with Southwestern State College, SWSC, for IVC-IGB 2026 exemplifies this commitment. By combining our academic networks and research capabilities, we aim to build a global ecosystem where digital solutions directly address environmental challenges. These forums brings together university faculties, industry experts, corporate professionals, and PhD scholars to transform theoretical concepts into actionable green frameworks. The agenda for this conference focuses on driving actionable, real world impact. Over the course of our sessions, we will examine green business models, eco friendly technological architecture, sustainable financial system, and community led environmental governance. Our goal is to ensure that the research presented here leads to tangible outcomes. We want to see this discussion translate into peer review publications, joint international research grants, and data sharing agreements that reshape both corporate policies and local community initiatives. To our young scholars, postgraduate students, and researchers, I encourage you to use this virtual platform to challenge existing paradigms, ask critical questions, and seek cross disciplinary collaborations. The rigorous peer Most importantly, thank you to our industry, academia, speakers, and delegates for sharing your expertise. Let us utilize this conference to pioneer the digital and ecological solutions required to build a sustainable, resilient future. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a highly productive and inspiring conference.
So,
Distinguished guests, faculty members, and student innovators. We are now moved to a vital milestone of our inaugural sequence, the strategic pre-alliance address. To deliver this address, it is my absolute privilege to introduce an eminent academic leader. He is a former vice chancellor of Purvanchal University and currently serves as an academic advisor and principal of Himalayan White House International College. Dr. Yadav Raj Koirala, he is unfortunately feeling unwell today and is unable to join us on a screen. So we all extend our warmest thought and wish him a very speedy recovery. To represent him today and share his visionary message, it is now my privilege to invite the co-convener of this conference and vice principal, Mr. Dilip Bhattarai, to deliver the official welcome speech. Sir, please, please switch on your camera and screen is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Are you audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, please, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Due to some time delay, I am still in on my vehicle. So, uh, first of all, good morning to everyone present here and distinguished guests, respective university leaders, and esteemed speakers, fellow educators, researchers, students, friends, and who are joining virtually throughout the world. A warm welcome to all of you. So it's my great pleasure to represent Himalayan White House International College, Kathmandu, one of the proud co-host organization of this international virtual conference on Innovate Green Business 2026. And I would like to convey the warm greetings and best wishes of our principal, Professor Dr. Yadav Raj Koirala, who was originally scheduled to address the gathering. Unfortunately, due to his health issues, he has asked me to convey his sincere greetings to all the distinguished participants and his best wishes for the success of this important international conference. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to Dr. Sipra Jha, whose vision, initiative, and commitment made this meaningful collaboration possible. So, Dr. Jha, thank you for bringing institutions, academics, professionals, and young minds on a common platform. We truly value this partnership. Distinguished participants, the theme of this conference itself is very good and very impressive.
Hello, sir. I think there is some technical issue from sir's side. So he's disconnected.
Uh,
Dilip, sir, are you there?
Hello,
I think he has some problem.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Dilip,
hello.
sir?
Yes.
So we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We are living in a time with economic, technological advancement, environmental sustainability, and social responsibility, which can no longer be considered as separate agendas. So the question before us is no longer whether we should innovate. The question is, how do we innovate responsibly, sustainably, and inclusively? So, and this is where the concept of green business becomes extremely important.
Hello, sir.
So this is not merely academic about reducing carbon, renewable energy. It is about fundamental. Sorry, ma'am. Okay. So the conference highlights areas such as climate analytics, green software, global networking, and the participation of young innovators through the virtual business speech competition. These elements are important because they connect knowledge with action and ideas with the implementations. As an educational institution, Himalayan White House International College strongly believes that education must be at the heart of sustainability transition. So our students will become tomorrow's entrepreneurs, engineers, scientists, managers, researchers, policymakers, as well as technology leaders. Therefore, we must prepare young people not only with the technical knowledge, the ability to think critically and understand the environmental and social consequences of their decisions. Photo, the conference which is happening today and the idea being pitched by students is really an important uh, I hope, and all the presenters who will be presenting throughout the world who have been joining this conference will have a great time, great collaboration, and once again, my sincere thanks to Dr. Sipra Jha for making this collaboration happen and bringing us together on this global platform. Again, on behalf of our principal, Professor Dr. Yadav Raj Koirala, and entire Himalayan White House International College family, I wish this conference to be a tremendous success. Thank you very much. Forward seeing this partnership grow into many meaningful collaborations in the years ahead. Thank you all. Thank you. Namaste.
Uh, Honored delegates, moving forward with our inaugural hierarchy, and we are now transition to the conference advisory briefing to guide our academic focus and present the core evaluate frameworks for today's summit. It is my absolute honor to introduce a highly esteemed researcher. She served as a senior scientist at the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology. Dr. Trisha Doshi is a senior scientist and where she has served for over 21 years. She is widely recognized for her research in water purification and sanitization, particularly in developing synthetic and natural adsorbent to remove arsenic and heavy metal from drinking water. Dr. Joshi holds as MSc in Environmental Microbiology and MA in Anthropology from Tribhuvan University, PhD in Environmental Engineering from the University of Chinese Academy of Science. Her work has contributed significantly to addressing water contamination issue in Nepal. She has published over 60 research articles, mentored nearly 4 dozen students, and received several prestigious awards. Beyond research, she is founding a member of Women Scientists Forum Nepal and chair of OW IWSD Nepal chapter actively promoting women in science. Please turn your screen and welcome Dr. Trisha Joshi for her 5-minute briefing. Respected ma'am, we are eager to hear your guidance. The digital floor is yours. Ma'am?
Ah, Thank you, Sipra ma'am, for a nice introduction. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining us from around the world. I'm Tista Prasad Joshi, Senior Scientist from Nepal Academy of Science and Technology. It is a great honor to speak as an advisory committee member at the International Conference on Innovative Green Business 2026. The main aim of the conference is promoting global collaboration between researchers, students, industry experts. Likewise, this conference aims to provide a platform for learning, innovation, and foster collaboration. Here in this great conference, I saw many of the students here. Idea changes into reality. Now it's your turn. Make our world more prosperous, happy. How to make it more prosperous? Most smart students do not seek a job, but create a job. Smart students often choose to create a job instead of seeking them because they want independence, see unique market needs, and possess high skills. They use their knowledge to build new companies. This path led them big problem and lead their own future. Starting a business may seem depressing, disappointing sometimes, but the possibilities are endless. With the right inspiration and a structured approach, you can transform a simple and idea into a profitable venture. Before starting any business, you have to do more research on it. As a researcher, I always suggest anyone to do more research, and research is only one problem solution to find a more solution. Most research help your business avoid a failure by identifying a target customers, assessing market demand, and tracking a competitor's flaws before you launch a product or spend money. Good information decreases financial risks and guides a smart decision. Success consists of going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. This famous saying is widely credited to British Prime Minister Winston Churchill. This quotes clarify that resilience and a positive attitude matter more than avoiding mistake. In this regard, you also need a good mentor. Mentors give you guidance, share their networks, and help you avoid a costly mistake. As a young man, I would like to advise to follow 6 A's, as well as 3 D's. Approach, ask, acknowledge, appreciate, act, amplify. If the 6 A's framework is a powerful customer service and communication model. It guides you to approach people, ask a good question, listen well, show thanks, solve the problem, and share your positive results. Another aspect for the success is to follow 3 D's. Being a determined, dedicated, and disciplined give you a strong path to success. These 3 traits help you set a goals, stay focused, and finish tough responsibilities. Business opportunities in Nepal are rising as more young people are starting business in areas such as online services, agriculture, ecotourism, food, manufacturing, etc. The rise of technology and changing customer behavior has also opened doors for modern business models across the country. Before starting any business, you have to think about our environment. Environmental sustainability is a conservation concept which is the meeting of services and resources of present and future generation without affecting the health of the ecosystem and provide them. The principle for strategy of environmental sustainability are biodiversity conservation and explore the social needs. Environmental sustainability for an innovative business means combining eco friendly practices with creative strategies. This approach cuts down waste, save money and energy, and attracts the modern customers by using a circular models, green technology, and smart resource tech tracking. With these short remarks, I encourage each of you to participate actively and gain a valuable perspective from the distinguished speakers. I want to thank the organizer of at Southwestern Academic Research Center, Southwestern State College, for bringing us all together on this global platform. And I'm very much thankful to Dr. Sipra Jha for your continuous effort. It became very successful, as well as the another pillar of the college, Hari Singh Kesi sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity, for providing this platform to share my opinion with very young, energetic, and the future leaders of Nepal as well as worldwide also. And finally, wishing everyone a successful and inspiring conference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Moving forward with our academic sequence, it is now our distinct honor to transition to the departmental academic overview. To deliver this address, I would like to welcome a highly distinguished scholar who holds a PhD in Information System Engineering from the Harbin Institute of Technology, China, and completed his postdoctorate research in collaboration with Delft University of Technology, Netherlands. He is researcher with over 150 papers published in a top-tier international journal and bring more than 2 decades of elite leadership to the tech ecosystem. Please turn your screen and welcome Professor Gajendra Sharma, Head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Kathmandu University, for his address. Respected Professor, welcome to the digital floor, and floor is yours. Sir, please switch on your camera.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sipra.
Welcome,
Good
sir.
morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Sipra?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Good morning to all distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants of the International Virtual Conference on Innovate Green Business 2026. I'm honored to present a brief academic overview of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Kathmandu University. Established in 1994, it is the first computer science engineering program in Nepal. Our department has grown into a leading hub of technological education and research in the region. We offer a comprehensive range of programs, 4 undergraduate degrees, including computer engineering, computer science, information technology, and cybersecurity, alongside postgraduate offerings such as Master's in Engineering, MTech, MS by Research, and PhD programs. Our curriculum is industry aligned and continuously updated through active collaborations with corporate partners. Our research ecosystem thrives through 3 dedicated labs focusing on natural language processing, digital learning, cybersecurity, and health data analytics. Faculty and students actively publish in high impact journals and work on nationally and internationally funded projects. Most relevant to this conference, our department is making remarkable contributions. We are conducting real-time energy monitoring and predictive modeling on our own campus using smart meters and machine learning to optimize consumption. Additionally, our student team recently won UNESCO's School Carbon Footprint Calculator Challenge, developing a tool that translates raw data into actionable climate insights in the local language. Perfect example of technology enabling green business and climate action. In summary, the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Kathmandu University is committed to producing technically skilled, socially responsible innovators who can drive the green economy forward. With over 1,000 students, dedicated faculty, and a strong track record of research and placement, we are ready to collaborate with global partners in building a sustainable future. I hope this conference will be able to establish a good cooperation among researchers, practitioners, and scholars to share the knowledge on innovate green business. As my time is limited, I'm going to conclude my speech. And finally, I wish the overall success of this conference. And thank you, Dr. Jha, for inviting me in this great conference and including me in advisory board of this conference. Thank you and good day. Thank you all.
Thank, thank you, sir. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, we are now transition seamlessly to our special technical address, focusing on the core engineering foundation of global sustainability. To guide us through this segment, it is my absolute privilege to introduce a visionary in a clean energy system. He is the team leader of Green Hydrogen Lab at Kathmandu University, an expert committee member for the Government of Nepal Green Policies, and holds a PhD from NTNU Norway, recognized nationally for his pioneering work in decarbonization. He is the recipient of the prestigious Prime Minister National Talent Award 2025 and the Education Minister National Innovation Award 2024. Please turn on your screen and give him a virtual welcome to Dr. Virat Singh Thapa, Associate Professor at Kathmandu University, for his 5-minute technical address. Respected Thapa, Dr. Thapa sir, the digital floor is yours. Welcome, sir, and please switch on your camera.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sripaji. My pleasure, my pride to be here today. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected colleagues, entrepreneurs, researchers, and dear students. It's my pleasure to be part of this international virtual conference on Innovative Green Business 2026. I'm extremely thankful for the organizing team for inviting me for this speech. We are living through a profound transformation of global energy and economic system under the climate pressure. Climate change is no longer distant environmental concern. It is increasingly shaping how we produce our energy, how we manufacture products, transport goods, and organize our economies. At the same time, the geopolitics of energy, energy security, fossil fuel dependence, supply chains, and strategic resources is creating additional pressure for the country to rethink their energy system and business models. So, the transition to green economy is not simply about reducing carbon emission. It is also about energy security, economic security, technological competitiveness, and future of our industries. But this raises an important question. How do we fit into this enormous global challenge with an economic opportunity as well? Of course, technology will be at the heart to the answer. We are seeing rapid advances in technologies that can fundamentally reshape our energy and industrial systems. But developing technology is one thing. Taking it from the laboratory to marketplace and eventually to commercial scale is something very different. There, we need our new generation of entrepreneurs. We need entrepreneurs who understand technology, but also understand the markets, who can connect research with investments, innovations with customers, and technology with viable business models. And we need financing models that recognize many green technologies that are still evolving. Traditional finance often asks, where is proven market? Where is established cash flow? Where are profits? But innovation begins before those answers are available. We therefore need financing mechanisms that help technology to move from research to demonstration and eventually towards commercialization. This cannot be achieved by entrepreneurs alone. It requires strong collaboration between academia, industry, government, and financial sector. This particularly is important for developing countries like Nepal. We often see countries like Nepal primarily as consumers of technologies developed elsewhere. I believe we should think differently. Nepal has significant opportunities to develop green products, green technologies, green business model based on our own resources and our own circumstances. Our renewable electricity, for example, can become more than an export commodity. It can become an input for the product like green hydrogen, green fertilizer, green mobility, green industries, and other emerging businesses. These opportunities are not only about climate, they are about creating enterprise, jobs, exports, new source of public revenues. In other words, the green transition can become a pathway for economic transformation. But to achieve this, we must move beyond producing reports and prototype. We must convert idea into products, products into business, and business into industries. And this is why the conference like this matters. This should not only be a platform where we exchange ideas and present research. It should also be a platform where idea meets entrepreneurs, knowledge meets capital, technologies meets market, and solution meets business. If we can create those connections, then only we are not simply discussing the green transitions, we are actually building it. So let's use this conference not only to innovate green, but to build green businesses and create opportunities for future generations of entrepreneurs and students who are participating here today. Thank you so much. And I wish the International Virtual Conference and Innovate Green Business 2026 very, very successful. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Distinguished delegates and guests, to set the tone for today's international gathering, we will now proceed to our institutional welcome note to officially welcome our global participants, virtual speakers, and student innovators. It is my distinct honor to invite a dynamic academic leader who guide our college ecosystem daily. Please welcome our campus chief, Southwestern State College, Dr. Rajendra K.C. Sir, to deliver his welcome address. Respected Sir, we look forward to your opening remarks, and the digital platform is yours, sir. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shilpa. I'm so sorry for delay for time around 10-15 minutes, but I have good opportunity to listen all delegates. I'm so happy on it. A successful event is not the end; it is the beginning of new ideas, new connection, and new possibilities. Hello, everyone. Very good morning and namaste from the Himalayan country of Nepal on behalf of me and my institution, Southwestern State College, Kathmandu, Nepal. Distinguished professionals, entrepreneurs, innovators, mentors, investors, faculty members, students, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who has contributed and will contribute their knowledge, experiences, ideas, and valuable time. We are in the age of automation. The greatest advantage is not competing with only machine. It is learning how to work with each other. Our capabilities become creativity, curiosity, leadership, entrepreneurship, and continuous learning. Today's discussion on innovative green business, sustainable business models, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and green business ideas remind us that the future of business is not defined by profit alone. The future belongs to organizations that can create economic value, social impact, and environmental sustainability together. Professionals have a particularly important role in this transformation. Your experience can guide young entrepreneurs. Your networks can open opportunities. Your investment can turn ideas into enterprises. And your leadership can inspire responsible for innovation. We encourage every participant to move forward beyond discussion and take the next step from ideas to action, from innovation to implementation, and from individual success to collective impact. We all know that our young generation does not need only instruction, they need mentors, opportunities, partnership, trust, and platform to experiment and lead. Today, successful entrepreneurship is not only about generating profit, it is also about creating social value, protecting the environment, using technology, responsibility, and building sustainable solution for future generation. Southwestern State College believes that young people can become powerful agents of economic, scientific, and technological, managerial, and environmental transformation. All areas are equally powerful and currently need to shift from the local to global. It focuses on developing products, service, and technologies that reduce pollution, conserve natural resources, minimize the waste, and create new economic opportunities. I hereby encourage all presenters and participants to identify real environmental problems and transform them into innovative business opportunities, create long-term economic value while maintaining positive social and environmental impacts. However, technology must be used responsibly. Entrepreneurs should consider data privacy, transparency, human judgment, and ethical use of AI. The objective is not replace human creativity, but to amplify human intelligence, innovation, and problem-solving capacity. I strong feel should identify genuine problem, present a simple and innovative solution, explain who will benefit, demonstrate how the business will generate, and show measurable environmental and social impact. My institution, Southwestern State College, and today's youth are looking forward to creating an ecosystem where ideas become enterprises, students become innovators, and innovation become impact. Through mentoring, training, networking, incubation, technology, research, and collaboration, we aim to support the next generation of responsible entrepreneurs. Let us build a culture where profit and purpose work together. Technology serve humanity and innovation protect the planet. Welcome to the journey of green innovation, sustainable entrepreneurship, digital transformation, and AI powered business. Finally, we have to think green, think digital, think sustainable, think entrepreneur. It's great and create impact. Thank you for valuable participation and commitment and partnership. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our distinguished international advisors, academic head for sharing their insight, structural updates, and we have now reached to the final and most anticipated milestone of our morning inaugural initiation. To officially conclude this opening segment and set the visionary direction for our summit, it is my absolute honor to invite the cornerstone guide of our institution, Please welcome our executive patron for the Southwestern Academic Research Center and Southwestern State Ecosystem, Dr. Hari Singh Kesi, to deliver his inaugural address. Respected sir, the digital screen and microphone are yours. Welcome, sir. Sir, you are on mute, sir.
Uh, Thank you, Dr. Sipraja. Dear all, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Distinguished Vice Chancellors from our international partner institution, esteemed keynote speakers, faculty members, all our virtual attendees, and our vibrant student innovators joining us live from across the globe. Namaste and very warm welcome to the International Virtual Conference on Innovate Green Business 2026. As the executive patrons of the Southwestern Academic Research Center and Southwestern State College ecosystem, it is my absolute privilege to stand before you today. Today, we are not just hosting a conference, we are igniting across border academic movement. I want to express my deepest gratitude to our global alliance partners, including University of Kuala Lumpur Science and Technology Malaysia and our national host Himalayan White House College, Southwestern School of Management and Technology for joining hands with us to build this extraordinary ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit, Innovate Green Business, is the absolute need of our hour. Green business is no longer a corporate social responsibility checkbox. It is the ultimate engine for market competitiveness, regulatory compliance, and long term financial resilience in 2026. We are living in an era where climate tech and environmental analytics are no longer optional luxuries. They are fundamental building blocks for corporate survival. From the unique challenges of mountain economies to the complex system of global green software engineering, the corporate landscape is changing rapidly. Our responsibility as an academic ecosystem is to ensure that our research does not remain blocked inside university libraries. Our mission at Southwestern Academic Research Center and Southwestern State College is to transform a high level scholarly research into practical, sustainable business that can solve real world environmental issues. To the 500 plus undergraduate students from Kathmandu and our international competitors who are logging in today, you are the heart of this entire conference. Through our Green Business Idea Pitch competition, we have intentionally built a safe, creative, practical sandbox for you. Do not be afraid to disrupt old corporate habits. Whether you are presenting a localized green project or a tech driven circular economy model, remember that your ideas have the power to attract international venture capital and global mentorship. Look at our senior alumni panel participating here today, and they are living proof that with the right innovative mindset and public speaking agility, student led innovations can transform into thriving global startups. As I conclude, I urge every participant, faculty member, and delegate to maximize this networking platform over the next few hours. Listen deeply to our expert tracks, engage actively with our international panels, and challenge yourself to think beyond traditional business boundaries. Let us work together to build a future where corporate profitability and environmental sustainability work hand in hand. With these words, I wish our organizing committee, our tech coordinators, and all our student competitors the absolute best for a highly impactful conference. Thank you very much and have a highly successful conference. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thought provoking insight. And now, honored delegates and student innovators, we are now transition into the core academic backbone of our summit, part 2, expert track and technical session. To open this session, we are privileged to welcome a true academia in Nepal. And before that, I wanted to introduce for this technical session, we have Hari, Hari Krishna Lamachani sir as a reporter for this whole track session. Sir, please switch on your camera. Okay, sir, you are on mute, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So please say,
Namaste. Thank you, Sipra ma'am. I wish all the best of the conference, all the best for all the participants in the competition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And sir will be there whole day to work towards this conference. Thank you, sir. To open this session, we are profoundly privileged to welcome a true academia in Nepal whose life work is beautifully chronicled in our conference record. He is a retired professor of marketing from Tribhuvan University, a legacy, 42 years of teaching legacy, a recipient of gold medal and a certificate for extraordinary performance from the President of Nepal. He has guided PhD scholars across India, Nepal, Malaysia, and America. Please turn on your screen and join me in welcoming our distinguished track opener, Dr. Vishnu Khanal sir, to present an eco-friendly consumer behavior under the track Climate Tech and Environmental Analytics. Respected sir, this screen is yours. Please switch on your camera.
Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Dr. Sipra, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. We all are hearing you. Please continue, sir.
Okay. First of all, good morning to everybody who are participating in this international conference. And I would like to thank, first of all, to Dr. Rajendra Kesi, sir, Dr. Hari Singh, sir, and White House, second organizer or co-organizer, White House family, principal and family. And lastly, but not the least, Dr. Shipra Jha, who took initiative for this kind of international seminar and invited me as a speaker. And I was viewing and watching the previous sessions of the previous speakers. And firstly, the Vice Chancellor of Kuala Lumpur University of Science and Technology was very inspiring, and he has given a very inspiring message to all of us to proceed in this type of conference. He has expressed his best wishes, and it will work in the days to come for us in Nepal in this topic and other topics as well. And other experts whom you all have invited, and they have expressed their expertise by expressing within a short period of time, but giving a lot of information within that limited time. And I would like to thank all those previous speakers as well. And before going to the next slide, I would like to explain a few things before going to the next slide. First of all, this session for me is generally for 30 minutes, and I am trying my best to finish it within 30 minutes, because if I proceed more than that, that will hamper others. So I should be very fast. That's why what I am planning. I would like to highlight few plans what I am doing, so that the viewers, and the person who are in the conference participating, they can know what are the things going on in my presentation. First of all, I would like to highlight on the title. And my title, actually, Dr. Shipra expressed in a different way, but I was given the title, Sustainable Marketing Mix, that is Rethinking Framework for Ecological Transition. And I have prepared this, and I have forwarded this, and I will talk within this framework. And for selection, I would like to thank the organizer to select this topic, to select this topic, because from early morning to the late night, all the goods and services for people, they are produced, they are sold, and they are purchased, and they are consumed, and they are made waste, and all these things come from the earth. And for the sustainability and green marketing, we have to think over that. And next, I will highlight on meaning and concept of marketing, what is marketing mix, and 4 pillars of sustainability. And I will talk about sustainable marketing, and I will talk about RISE framework of brand sustainability, and I will talk about UN's role on sustainable marketing, and UN's core policies and framework for ecological transition, and I will talk briefly about Paris Agreement, and I will talk about strategic development goals, and I will talk about triple planetary crisis strategy, and I will highlight critical mineral guidance and safety for ecological transaction. So what I am going to explain here, that few things regarding the activities, goals, and strategies of United Nations, which is now eagerly continuing to support and to direct, and to direct the member countries to think over the green green marketing and pollution control and ecological balance to strike balance on ecology. So United Nations activities will be on the last part, and that will not be in my slides. So these are some of the hints that I expressed to you. And because I am not the pure scientist, and I am a social scientist and a management student, I when I got this topic, I went through consultation, and I have some references, publications, reports, documents, books, and YouTubes and Wikipedia to get support for my presentation. And all these are available, are not available in the slides, but if you are interested, if anybody is interested, you can have from Dr. Sipra. I will make her available after this presentation. And these some of these are references: just transition, United Nations, the clean energy transition must be fair. You can go to the Google, you can go YouTube. When you click with this title, you will get a lot of information. So just transition, United Nations, the clean energy transition must be fair. UNEP, United Nations Environment Program and the Sustainable Development Goals. Goals 12, responsible consumption and production. United Nations, peace, dignity and equality on a healthy planet. Support sustainable development and climate change action. Climate action, United Nations Environmental Program, international efforts to protect the planet, the impact of climate change on biodiversity loss. UNDP, the problem of climate change, how climate affects natural world and human beings, how how to prevent dangerous climate change, triple planetary crisis, what it is and what can we do about it, climate action, uh, climate action, that is sustainable development. Some codes are given for sustainable development with water, sustainable development regarding forest. They have given the different code, that is climate action is SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 13, protecting life, land, and water, Sustainable Development Goal from 14 to 15, and industry, innovation, and infrastructure, III, Sustainable Development Goal 9. These are some of the hints that you can go and search the things from which I have just taken base to prepare this presentation. Thank you. This much about my detailed things. I explain this because while explaining, I could divert in other areas also. So I make you inform about my presentation and my sources, which will helpful for you to go further if you are interested over these subjects. And me as a as a student of marketing, what I am thinking is that the linkage of marketing and the green marketing is a very appropriate topic at the moment, and the organizer have correctly selected for this. I would like to thank them, because every goods from early morning to evening, we buy, we produce, we purchase, we transport, and all these things are the areas of marketing. And generally the marketing is let me go to the first slide. I will go on one by one. The next second slide, go to the second. Yeah, no, yeah. And first of all, I would like to sustainable marketing. My topic is sustainable marketing mix, rethinking framework for ecological transaction. So what I decided is that firstly, to make clear about sustainability, and sustainability, the previous one, would you go to the previous one? This is next, just above. Would you go to the, yeah, next, meaning of sustainability? No, yeah, no, types sustainability. Go up, go up. Yeah, no. Next, start from the beginning. Start from the beginning. Yeah, this is second one. Yeah, there are, let me explain, looking my hard copy as well. And meaning and concept of sustainable, and I have given the meaning of sustainability in the previous. This is next slide. I would like to suggest you to go to the previous slide. Would you go to the previous slides, please? Yeah. This is, before this, there is meaning and concept of sustainable. I would like to go to the, yeah, meaning and concept of sustainability. This is what I wanted to begin with. And I don't like to read all these points. And this is in the slide. And if you give few minutes, then participants will yeah. Yeah. What happened? Is it clear, Shipra? Who is speaking or disturbing? Dr. Shipra, it is okay?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. So please continue.
Yeah. And I am not going to read all these things. Is meaning and concept of sustainability, you can go through this, and these are the gist thing about sustainability. Just to mention, ability to maintain and continue a process over time without depleting resources or causing severe ecological damage. And there are next. I don't go to all. Sustainability is evaluated across the interconnected dimension often referred to as people, planet, and profit. And the central idea, the agenda behind this is that planet, people, and profit, these are most connected areas of sustainability. If we talk about, in the absence of these three, there would be no sustainability. That is the main point behind this: planet, people, and profit. And profit should be without hampering or without making people harm. You should have profit in business, but you cannot destroy the earth. You should not hamper the environment. That is the main. And planet should not be hampered, because planet should not be deteriorated day by day because of human activities. And if we talk about sustainability, then we should think about planet, about people, and profit. And that is the thing about sustainability, and other points are over there. Go to the next slide. I would like to suggest to go to next slide. Yeah, there are, no, this is not. Yeah, 4 pillars of sustainability. there are environmental sustainability. If we talk about sustainability, then there are four aspects, four factors, or four divisions, whatever we call it: environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, social sustainability, and human and cultural sustainability. If we talk about sustainability, then we cannot proceed with one of these. These are four types of sustainability. If we talk over all these things, and if we become aware of this sustainability, then only we would proceed with the concept of green marketing or ecological balance, and things would be sustainable in this earth. Okay, next. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. And I will not explain all these things. I have to a little bit more concentrate on the on the goals, objectives, strategies of the United Nations, what it has told to do for the countries, and what they are bound to do. That aspect is most important. So I am going to emphasize on that side. So this is just for information, and just like a track to go to the subject matter. Environmental sustainability, there is over there, and you can read there, and that is minimizing pollution, reducing waste, and transitioning to renewable energy. Environmental sustainability focuses on these three things, which is on the red box. Yeah. Next, go to the next sustainability. Next slide. Yeah, economic sustainability, and this what is economic sustainability, that is on the top. I don't go to reading all those things. That is on the, and you can read over there. And it focuses, economic sustainability focuses on fair wealth distribution. If there would be no fair economic distribution, then for example, this one example I would like to give you, that I used to work in Norwegian Save the Children and in Palpa, in area where poverty stricken people were there, very poor people. And at that time, they used to cultivate the forest. For shifting cultivation used to take place over there. And they used to cut down big trees. And they used to sow maize for few kgs. That is because of wealth, because of imbalance distribution of wealth. They had no options other than cultivating maize or millet or other crops, and they were compelled to do that. And that happened because of the unequal distribution. They were poor, they did that. So if we talk about sustainability, then we have to take, this is just one example of wealth distribution or economic aspect. And job creation, if we do not have job, then people will go and do jobs which might be anti anti-erosion or anti-earth degradation, which will help earth degradation or environmental imbalance. They will do for their livelihood. So job creation is a most important thing. If there is no job, then there would be no possibility of sustainability of any country, of any community. So we talk job creation is a must for the people, whether they may be on the grassroots or in the middle, they should be taken into account. And responsible consumption. And if you do not pay attention on how much to eat, that is also important to think. To eat a lot of things. For example, 4 kg of dal bhat every day, and that if you eat more, if one individual or one family or one community people, one village, one nation, and the whole world needs more food to eat. And for that, you have to either you have to produce this, or you have to have by hook or crook. And that will not lead to sustainability. That's why we have to think over economic sustainability. Yes, next. Yeah, go to the next. And social sustainability is there. I have given it very clearly. So I do not need to explain and read all those things and consume time. So you can go over there, social sustainability, and there are points you can read, and that is also the focus is on 3 circles there over there, white, green, and that is red. Community welfare, social inclusion, and equality and fairness. And a lot of things, a lot of disturbances, a lot of sustainability is hampered because of not having social justice. So these things, community welfare and equality and fairness and social inclusion, are the major focus point if we talk about social sustainability. Yes, next. Go to the next slide. Yeah, human and cultural sustainability. And this looks like this, and focuses on maintaining and developing human capital. Because if we talk, as a student of management, what I was taught by my teachers, that if you have mind in, you have creative mind, then you can accumulate capital, you can accumulate money, material, machine, method, you can have all these things, but among them, the brain, the man, the human factor is the greatest thing. That is why previously there were 5 M's, and now it has been told that when you add main, then that is 6 M, and M is most important, as man and human capital is the most important thing in this world for sustainability. And if there would be capital, there will be materials, and if there would be no idea to mobilize all those resources correctly, then you will not get result. That's why M is supposed to be the most important thing. But at present, when we were in postgraduate level, and at the time before I retired from university, M was the latest development over the 5 M's. The 6th M was a man. But now this additional thing, information is added now. Not only man. Man without information is idle, and he cannot mobilize all other things. And this concept has been recently developed in the world, that man with information. If you don't know the information, that what is the price of the gold in the international market, and if you are selling gold at previous days rate, previous years or previous days, or before 1 hour's price, then you will be lost. So you should have all the resources, including the man, and man with latest information will make the people sustainable, and will make the things into a meaningful result. That's why human and cultural sustainability is there, and there are 4 focus point, and this should be taken into account while talking about marketing sustainability. Yes, next. Yes, go to the next. Meaning and concept of marketing. Most of us know what is marketing. I don't need, and I am not giving this that all people know what I actually know about marketing. But even then, just for a track, I have given this meaning and concept of marketing, and these points are how the marketing was known previously. The first one, the second one, the third one, there are on the points as you proceed to the last, and that reflects the recent concept of marketing. Previously, all the activities related to buying and selling, people used to talk marketing about that. But all the activities related to the market, all related activities from demand creation to demand satisfaction, all activities from the point of production to consumption. And it starts before demand creation of production and does not end even after consumption. Marketing was earlier related to the 4 Ps. Previously, it was only 4 Ps: price, place, product, and promotion. But at present, it has been added 3 Ps over these 4 Ps. So marketing is nothing other than it starts before the production. When there is idea in mind, that is the starting point of marketing. If you think about something to produce, idea generated in mind, that is marketing. So it does not end. People think that when they sell goods, then marketing or the shopping is finished. No, there is still marketing even after the consumption. Even after the consumption means there is satisfaction or dissatisfaction, and satisfaction and dissatisfaction is given as feedback to the producer or seller or broker from where they bought the things. And now let us go to the next. Let us go to the next slide. Yeah, there are 3 people, process, and physical evidence. The next one. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. At present, 3 additional Ps have been added to the 4 Ps. This is the latest concept in marketing. If you talk about 4 Ps in marketing, then this definition becomes incomplete. Now, these people, as I told earlier, that as yum is added in the yums of management, previously 5 and recently yum in marketing. In the same way, in marketing mix, in price, place, product, and promotion, people is added, because people are the pivot element in marketing mix. And now marketing mix is 7 Ps. And physical evidence, previously place was physical distribution, channel of distribution, warehouse, storing, all those things. But physical evidence here indicates that you must have the buildings, infrastructural things. You cannot do at open field. You need building, you need warehouse, you need certain things, buildings, houses, factories, and they all indicate the physical evidences. Place indicates the channel of distribution, and physical evidence indicates, and that is included as factory building and shops or whatever. And next, process. And there are always doing things. If you do not do things systematically, then result will not come. If you tell anybody to clean the room, then how do you clean the room? Some people, first of all, clean the room, and after cleaning the room, they see the spider's web on the ceiling, and they start to clean the spider's web later on after cleaning the room. This is just an example that which things assigned for you to do firstly, secondly, and thirdly. And in marketing, the systematic work has a great meaning, and that preserves, that lessens, that decreases the cost of production. And if you reduce the cost of production by doing systematic way, then you can compete with the price in the international market, and you can have great market, great sales, great profit margin, and you can grow as a great marketer. Next, and one thing I would like to explain here, why I have given this customer, consumer, buyer, user. Most of us are very much confused with, we frequently say customer for consumers, consumers for buyer, buyer for user. And what is the difference between customer, buyer, consumer, and user? I have given here. I don't need to explain here. Let me proceed to the next. Yeah. And one thing I would like to explain, a product. How should we understand a product? A product is a tangible object that has shape, size, color, weight, flavor, design, and packaging, and so on. There are a lot of other things I have not mentioned, and this is just for information. Tangible object is a product. And there are service, and service is intangible object or offering, but that has the capacity of satisfying needs, wants, and desires of the customers, consumers, or users, whatever may be. And now let me proceed to sustainable marketing. I explained with sustainable, I explained with marketing mix, and let me go through sustainable marketing. I try to combine the terminology sustainable and marketing jointly, and termed it as SM, that is sustainable marketing. And there is definition, there is a clear indication or understanding about sustainable marketing. We talked about sustainable, we talked about marketing, and on the basis of the gist discussed before about marketing and sustainable, I made these points to make it clear, to combine these two words. So it is you to go through this. Let me proceed to the next. I'll go to the next. Yeah, sustainable marketing is a purpose-driven strategy that promotes products, services, and brand values with careful attention to long-term environment, social, and economic well-being. And the figure there very clearly explains this. And you can go and search what is sustainable marketing, and you will get more or less many definitions, making us more clear. But these are just a flashback for you about sustainable marketing. And there are few which I did not mention. I only mentioned this sustainable marketing here. And sustainable marketing has 5 guiding principles, and they are customer-oriented marketing. How marketing is conducted or perceived or handled or treated at the latest date. And previously, when we were a student at postgraduate level, there were just societal concept was the latest marketing concept. And now one is there over there here, customer-oriented marketing, and everything should be focused. What we see that all the 4 P's center around the consumers. And the picture is C on the center and P around this. That means product, place, price, people, promotion, process. They all should think and conducted about what you call customers satisfaction is the
Excuse me, sir.
yeah.
So we are
Yeah.
running short of time, so you have to wind up as other speakers
Okay.
are ready with their
Okay.
presentation.
Okay.
Thank you,
Then
sir.
let's. Yeah. Okay. There is slide. Um, these slides are enough. We can proceed fast. Next slide. Let us finish slide, and I will conclude at the end. Yeah. Customer value marketing. Customer oriented marketing, customer value marketing, innovative marketing, and sense of mission marketing. These four marketing are taken into account for this integrated marketing. This integrated marketing should be taken into account for the market by the marketer. Okay, next slide. Go to the next slide. Yeah, societal marketing. This is what societal marketing is. Just if you pay attention only on customers, that is not valid in this present age. What you see is that those who are your non-customers, non-consumers, you should not discard, you should not damage others' interest while making your business. If you are selling, if you are producing something, and if you go and throw your waste materials of the factory to the river, then you pollute the river and you pollute the animals, and that should not happen. In the name of making profit, you should pay attention on the societal welfare and environmental protection. Yes, next. Go to the next. Go to the next. And there are this is marketing frame. This is framework. Sustainable framework is that is rise, reduce, influence, and switch. And this is because of time constraint. I should proceed to the next. The rise framework is very different, very important, and I have mentioned it clearly over here, and you can see. Go to the next. Yeah, and lastly, what I should say is that United Nations. Let me just finish within few minutes. Core policies and framework for ecological transaction. United Nations on Paris Agreement 2015. It has passed many things about environment protection, and it has given instruction to the member countries, and member countries are bound to do the things that has been instructed by United Nations. And it has sustainable development goals. It says it SDG, and has given code for different code 12, 7, 9, and they all are related with planet, with trees, with water, everything. And the triple planetary crisis, UNDP targets climate, biodiversity loss, pollution simultaneously as an interconnected framework, critical materials guidance, managing miner for green technologies like batteries and EVs equitality. And there are, if some questions are there, and if some queries over there would come to Dr. Shipra, then let me know, and I will forward you all what I have mentioned, the activities goals of the United Nations regarding this environmental protection. I will forward you, And now let me stop because of time factor. Sorry for taking a little
Thank you,
bit more
sir.
time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Dr. Vishnu Khanal, sir, for that masterful opening session. Your deep dive into psychological metrics of eco-friendly market shift and your mapping of sustainable buying behavior provide a foundational framework for our student pitch team today. Thank you again, sir. And moving forward, so moving swiftly to track sustainable economic growth business model and entrepreneurship, we welcome a globally renowned authority and environmental economics. He served as a senior economist at EC Mode, leading their action area on economics with over 2 decades of international policy footprint. He is a lead author for the Intergovernmental Panel on a Climate Change, seventh assessment, and cited as one of the 78 global elite experts who formulated the UN Global Goals on Adaptation Framework. Holding a PhD from the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, please extend a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Abid Hussain for his session on sustainable business models and entrepreneurship in mountain economics. Welcome, Dr. Hussain. Sir, please switch on your camera and virtual floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shipra and Hariji. So I will share my slides, and once I share, you confirm, then I will start my presentation.
Yes, sure. Sir.
So can you see the screen of my laptop?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
So thank you very
Yeah, we can see
much.
your
Yeah.
slides, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me for this important conference. So I will try my level best to share my knowledge. So I will keep my presentation very simple and more understandable rather than using very technical terms. As per my understanding, undergrad students will also be joining. So I will try to explain in more simpler way so that they are able to understand the processes. So first of all, I will start in a couple of slides. So what is actually EC Mode, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, where I work. Actually, I've been working here for last 13 years. So Nepal is kind of second home for me. So it's intergovernmental organization. We call this regional knowledge hub. So owned by 8 member countries. Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, India, Myanmar, Nepal, and Pakistan. We mainly work in mountain areas. And there is vast range of issues we cover in our work that those are around climate change, air pollution, water, livelihoods, economies, regional mechanisms, and global processes also on biodiversity and climate change adaptation. We mainly generate knowledge through high quality research, data, and we provide inputs to policy processes. We also work with government and non-government institutions. We build their capacities actually on all thematic areas, what I have mentioned. We also support our regional member countries to negotiate on behalf of this region on climatic issues and biodiversity related issues at regional and global platforms like UNFCCC, COPs, and several other platforms. As I mentioned, we mainly focus on mountain areas. These mountain areas we call Hindu Kush Himalayan region. It's very vast region. It actually extends in 8 countries, as I mentioned, right from Afghanistan in the west and towards the east, it goes up to Myanmar and Chittagong Hill tracts of Bangladesh also. So total area of this Hindu Kush Himalayan region is 3.4 million square kilometer. So we can see that the green part of map, it's huge. I think more than the area of entire India. So then this area has one special feature. It has 60,000 square kilometer of glaciers. So we call this region as third pole because this is the biggest ice and glacier reserve out of two poles. So these glaciers are actually the biggest asset of this region. Not only it plays its role in economies, but also in sustenance of ecosystems in multiple countries, beyond these 8 countries also. Then this region is not that much populated, but still it has 270 million people, this mountain and hilly region in the Kushamalaya, as I call. The ecosystem services from this region, especially biodiversity and water, because 10 river basins start from this region, mountain region. So water especially, it supports the livelihoods and food security of 2.07 billion people in the downstream areas. For example, Ganges River flows down to downstream areas of India. Similarly, Indus to Afghanistan and Pakistan. It goes to China also. And Salween and Mekong River also goes through Myanmar to other Asia Pacific countries also. Very interestingly, 2.07 billion does not include populations of East Asian countries like Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia, where Mekong River goes. It only covers the population of direct countries like China, India, Pakistan, Myanmar, Nepal, Bhutan. We can judge the importance of this region for ecosystem sustenance and economies in these countries. So I will start with understanding of mountain economy. So simply in very general way, I will try to explain. So mountains are very specific geographies. We all know topographically is different. So they are not that accessible as plain areas are. They are more fragile and more vulnerable to environmental and socioeconomic changes. Resources are fragmented like land, water, and farmers are not able to produce to the economy or to achieve the economies of scale actually because they have less than 1 hectare of land. Actually, on average, land holding in this region is 0.47 hectare. We can imagine they cannot produce to the level what actually private sector or governments are expecting from mountain farmers. So that's why these geographies are very unique. Because of lesser productions and their distance from the mainstream market, so transactional and transportation costs are also high. If you see the socioeconomic factors, so 1/3 population is food insecure in these hilly and mountain areas. I will be using the term HKH region from now onward. So almost half of the population is facing malnutrition. And similar to the food insecurity incidents, so the population in this region is 1/3 is poor, actually income poor. When we say income poor, it means it's based on the income of people, monetary terms. When we say multidimensional poor, it means it takes into account socioeconomic aspects like housing, settlements, access to safe food, access to education, and all those. If we consider multidimensionality of poverty, so around 45% people in this region are actually multidimensionally poor. So despite efforts on non-agriculture sectors, so for example, industries and service sectors like tourism, health, and education, still 80% population, particularly in rural areas, are still dependent on agriculture. Agriculture are their main source of food consumption. And but agriculture contribute to only 10% of rural income. It means agriculture remains mainly subsistence. So it's not coming to the commercial level where it can generate income. Yeah, I think I think someone's mic is opened. Yeah. So maybe I will continue. Yeah. So
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes. Please unmute, please. Now you are in mute.
hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, thank you
Please,
so
please
much.
continue.
Sure, sure, sure. Sure. So because of subsistence nature of agriculture and below par tapping of non-agriculture activities, so dependence of population in Hindu Kush Himalayan region for their food security is very high on external food supplies and external resources coming from plain areas or imported sources. It means economies in mountain areas still largely remain subsistence economies. They are not at that level where governments were expecting more a pathway towards commercialization and contributing significantly to national GDPs and regional growth. So the one of the major factors we observed over the years is rapid out migration rate from HKH region, particularly from Nepal. Around 40% households have at least one out migrant migrating to mainstream cities like Kathmandu or Pokhara or out of Kathmandu, out of Nepal also. It means the youth is not finding opportunities within Nepal. They prioritize to go abroad in search of economic opportunities, jobs, or their education purposes. Another challenge in mountain economies, particularly in Nepal, is high vulnerability to multiple changes. We will see in following slide what are those multiple changes. So as I mentioned, there are some macro change. So many challenges mountain are facing, as I mentioned, related to inaccessibility, their fragility, vulnerability, market, XYZ thing. Previous speaker also highlighted. But there are few macro things which are very, very important for sustainability of mountain economies. We need to pay attention. These macro changes are actually have trickle down and cascading impacts from macro level to meso level and even at micro level enterprises and businesses in mountain economies. First one is climate change. So we call climate crisis, especially at EC mode, because we have crossed almost most of the tipping points. So as per a Paris Agreement, previous speaker also highlighted, so we need to maintain the global temperature rise to 1.5 degree. We have already breached in last year. So we are more towards moving towards 2 degree. So whenever temperature is that high, and especially in our region, we have altitude dependent warming also. Altitude dependent warming means if global temperature rises 1.5 degree in Hindu Kush Himalayan region, where Nepal is situated, it's likely to be 1.8 degree. And in western parts of Himalayas, where Afghanistan and Pakistan are situated, is likely to be 2.2 degree rise. It means whatever happens globally with climate change, our region is likely to be impacted more because we have very sensitive assets like glaciers and ice, which are likely to melt more accelerated rates. So one of the event I have put on this slide, so a couple of years back in Thame, one glove actually erupted, turned into one glacier erupted, turned into glacial lake outward flood. It caused damages to properties and also people displaced. Some people died also. This is one event only. In whole of the HKH and Nepal, several events are happening every year, small or big, and these events are likely to rise over time. So whenever flood happen, glove mean glacial lake outburst floods. So we call these events as extreme events in climate language. Other extreme events are landslides or avalanches also, which happen all of sudden and cause more damages in within short period of time. But there are slow onsets also in climate language, slow onsets, the temperature change, drought, sea level rise, glacier melting. These events are caused by climate change, are happening over the years and are likely to happen in future also. They will have more lasting impacts on sustainability. I have put some of the pictures. We can see in Kathmandu, we used to have rare floods. So a couple of years back in Kathmandu also floods happened. You can see one picture on the extreme left side. So that picture is from my colony actually. My colleagues, they were trying to rescue me and my family during flood time. So these events are likely to rise over time. Whenever extreme events of induced by climate change or slow onset events, they are definitely likely to impact national economies and businesses. Because whenever these events are happening, all the investors, particularly private bank, financer, ODA providers to countries, they see the level of risk actually. Accordingly, they determine the credit rating and other thing. So, for example, insurance company or banks, they are less likely to put investments where climate risks are high, environmental risks are high, the profits are at risk. So that's why we need to de-risk our economic activities and investments. As I mentioned, this region is third pole, the biggest ice reserves out of two poles. So one of the biggest threat this region has glacier melt. If, as I mentioned, that we have already breached 1.5-degree ceiling of global warming, we are moving towards 2 degree. If we continue towards 2 degree and our temperature rises to 2 degree, 50% of glaciers in this region will disappear. If we move towards 3 degree, that is one of the possibility. The way industrialization is happening now, advanced economies are also taking out their investment, reducing their funds and supports to third world countries. So around 55 to 75% glaciers can disappear by the end of this century. So we can see the seriousness of this issue, climate change. That's why we call this climate crisis nowadays rather than climate change. As I mentioned, slow onset events. One of the example is drought. We can see how drought can happen and actually the cultivable productive land can turn into deserted land. So in Pakistan, one of the biggest event happened in 1998 to 2004. 6 years, for consistent 6 years, 8 districts did not receive any rainfall. So these type of events are likely to increase in Nepal also, even the prolonged dry spells and droughts. So we are likely to face too much, too little water situation. Sometimes floods, avalanche, landslides are happening, and sometimes we may face prolonged dry spells also, which can impact the food baskets of Nepal, like Tarai and other regions. One of the other major in Hindu Kush Himalayan region, particularly in mid hills of Nepal, 60% population depend on the springs water for agriculture activities, for drinking purposes and household uses also. So around 30 to 40% springs are drying up actually because of climate change and other factors also related to settlements, unplanned roads, and less attention paid to these water trias in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Another big factor, as I mentioned in my earlier slide, is out migration. Youth, they are not finding appropriate opportunities in mountains. They are out migrating actually for education or income opportunities. The big challenge is out migration, of course, leading to labor shortages in agriculture and other primary sectors, but also leading to more workload on women and elderly population. So because of more workload on elderly population and labor shortages, now around 17% to 20% land in Nepal particularly is being abundant or undercultivated. It's not sure the fully cultivated during cropping season. It means we are underutilizing our natural resources also because of climate change indirectly. The climate change is also contributing to out migration. Of course, socioeconomic aspirations are another streams which are impacting out migration. We can see the rush of youth who actually want to apply for passport or they want to go abroad for in search of better economic opportunities. Another air pollution, my colleague in previous presentation, he mentioned, mostly if we see as a layman, we see what is the connection of air pollution with the economies. It has very strong link because air pollution reduces the number of working hours. It impacts the labor productivity. It impacts health actually. The amount we spend on our health because of air pollution and during that season, particularly starting from December to March or April, the cost is huge. As per one of the report by World Bank in 2019, I guess, So there was loss of $36 billion to Indian economy because of air pollution for only 3 to 4 months. It was around, I think, 2.1% of total GDP of India. So we can imagine how much impact it has on economies. The another big impact, which very less people know, actually environmentalists, they know that because of black carbon is a kind of pollutant in IPCC language or environment language, we call it short-lived climate forcer. Mean this pollutant may not stay for a long time, but stays for shorter time, but has very significant impact. Whenever we use biofuels, waste for heating and cooking purposes in high altitude areas, so black carbon deposits on glaciers and ice. It accelerates the melting of glaciers. And this is one of the reason in our region also, of course, global temperature rise is there, but black carbon deposits coming from vicinity areas, high altitude areas where biofuel is being used, and of course, pollutants coming from other downstream areas also contribute to accelerate the melting of glaciers in our region. As I mentioned, in Nepal, mostly there is one misperception that we have hydropower, almost 100%, 99% power comes from hydro sources, and all power is clean. So we are not contributing to emissions, global emissions. Yes, this is right. Only 0.11% is contribution from Nepal to global emissions. But one factor is very important. Though we are not contributing to global emissions, but we are actually in the sensitive zone. Even if less contribution to global emissions, but we are impacting our glaciers, health of people. So around 55 to 60% households still depend on biofuel like wood, charcoal, or other ways for heating and cooking purposes, particularly in high altitude areas. It is contributing to melting of glaciers also, to their health, their livelihoods, low labor productivity, and decreasing livelihood outcomes, actually, lesser income for those households. And their spending on health also increase over time. So all these factors we have to consider when we talk about air pollution. In Nepal, I would like to give you one picture. There is one concept in energy economics. We call that primary energy supply. Primary energy supply takes into account every source of energy. For example, coal, oil, hydro sources, any other renewables, biomass, and waste. We can see the mix of Nepal here. Around 67% primary energy mix is contributed by biomass and waste. We can imagine, though we say 99% power is coming from hydropower, that is clean, that see the share of hydro in the total energy mix. It's only 5.9%, around 6%. And total share of renewables is only around, let's say, 7%. So major sources are from non-renewable fossil fuels, actually, which are contributing to pollutants, black carbon, and which is also accelerating melting of glaciers, which are main source of water in our region. One thing very important for Nepal in the long run. So as per our modeling results and all that, glaciers or water and rivers actually will achieve its peak in by 2050. Because glaciers melting is increasing, more water will be available in river basin. By 2050, there will be peak, and after that, because glacier mass is declining, after that, decline in water availability will start in river basin, not only in Nepal, but in other Hindu Kush Himalayan countries also. This is a big alarm for Nepal and other Hindu Kush Himalayan countries to take immediate steps to negotiate at global fora, to negotiate for help, to negotiate to reduce the emissions, to actually keep the global warming to 1.5 degree. As I mentioned, at the moment, we are on the path to 2 degree. Biodiversity, mostly people think that, okay, biodiversity, fauna and flora are not that important for economies. In mountains, they are very important. All bioprospecting based products, right? The non-timber forest products, forest-based products, All these are actually coming from the biodiverse landscapes. So all enterprises working around that. And one more important factor, biodiversity actually contribute to recharge the watersheds, spring sheds in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. As I mentioned earlier, also spring sheds and watersheds, recharge area actually contribute to base flows of rivers also. And this is evident that rivers are contributing to food security and livelihoods and national economies of the countries. So biodiversity has indirect and direct contribution to national economies and regional economies. We cannot ignore nature. We cannot ignore biodiversity. We have to keep an eye and have parallel measures to protect biodiversity. Natural resource degradation is another problem whenever landslides happen, particularly, and it impact biodiversity also. Several areas which with precious species they are degraded. Landslides also impact the agriculture productive land, and landslides also damages settlements in mountain areas. So nature resource degradation, land is one example I have put here. It's also about fertility. It's also about biodiversity. It's also about water. As I mentioned, water resources, especially springs, are drying up in mountain areas. We have to take care of these natural resources. So many socioeconomic factors are also contributing to this degradation. Unplanned settlements, unplanned roads, disturbing the local ecologies, heavy influx of tourists to fragile mountain areas. All these factors are also contributing. It's not the climate change, which we can call it culprit. In my earlier slide also, I explained the increasing workload on women, not only in agriculture, one example I have put in all other sectors also, actually because of rapid outmigration of youth to other areas. So it's not only causing more workload on women, it's impacting their health also. It's also leading to labor shortages in agriculture. It's also leading to abandonment of productive agriculture land. So similarly, in other sectors also, women are facing more workload. So we need very, very immediate attention. We cannot call it micro factor. It's actually major factor in Hindu-Kush Himalayan region. There are few emerging opportunities, of course, whenever we talk about climate change or biodiversity, whenever there is dark side, we can also have brighter sides. So in the face of all the socioeconomic changes, particularly outmigration and climate change, we have three major opportunities. One is the productive use of remittances. A lot of Nepali people from Hindu Kush Himalayan countries, they're out migrate. How we can utilize their remittances more productively? That is the point where government interventions are required because at the moment they are sending back the remittances, they are investing in static assets. Static assets mean in property or houses which are not generating any income or any economic activity. If they invest in businesses, they invest in that type of enterprises which can create jobs. Those investments are called productive investments, which have running capital, running finance, and it generates jobs, it generates profits, and it's being reinvested. So that cycle is running. So there is need to actually divert remittances from non-productive investments to more productive investment to create jobs in Nepal. Another renewable energy use, as I mentioned, 99% hydropower is coming from electricity is coming from hydropower, but its share in total primary energy mix is very small. So there is huge potential for Nepal to increase that renewable energy share in primary energy mix. It will reduce Nepal's dependence on imported fossil fuel-based energy, and it will also reduce its overall fragility because of changing geopolitical situation around. We can see Middle East war also. It has impact on all economies because of reduced imports or supplies on fertilizer inputs and petroleum related products. Another is bioeconomy. Bioeconomy is a quite broad term. So it covers all nature-based production system, particularly in agriculture, ecotourism, productive use of renewable energy in enterprises and value chains, but also linking with the traditional resource base like traditional crops, traditional livestock, native fruits, nuts, and fish. Any fruit or crop variety or livestock which are not native to the mountain ecosystem, if we introduce in mountain ecosystem, that can disturb local ecologies. We call those species as invasive species or exotic species. So we do not promote exotic or invasive species in mountain areas. We see what is the agroecological potential of mountain area and what species are actually adapted. Around those, we try to build businesses and promote such businesses. So that's why we call this bioeconomy. It depends more on local resources and follows the natural processes, more environmental positive processes. It can be in primary sectors also. Primary sectors mean agriculture, water, livestock, fisheries, and all that. It can be in tertiary sectors also. Tertiary sectors mean industries and processing units and sorry, secondary sectors. And tertiary sectors are more services sectors like education, tourism, transportations, and all these. So bioeconomy can cover all three streams of sectors: primary sectors, secondary sectors, and tertiary sectors. One example how biodiversity can be converted to bioeconomy. So as I mentioned, we have rich biodiversity resources. We have agroecological potential in a mountain niche product. Niche products are those products which are actually adaptive to mountain ecosystem. I'm ruling out the possibility of exotic or invasive species, only which varieties are native to mountain areas. That can be crops or native livestock and all that. We are very rich. We have rich biodiversity in terms of forest resources and non-timber forest products, rangeland products, and all that. We have trier of traditional ecological knowledge. These are three foundations of bioeconomy. All we have in Nepal and other HKH countries. In total, one example, 2,500 species, only plant species, which can be utilized as medicinal resources or aromatic resources, are in our HKH region, are discovered in our HKH region. We can see how much potential we have. We can build businesses around these resources. When we say comparative advantage in international market, mountains may not have comparative advantage. As I mentioned, we have higher transactional costs, higher transportation costs, and we don't have that level of volume of production. So the only thing where mountains can target their market is that is competitive advantage, means the some specific features of product, even product is expensive, but it has features related to health or safety. Maybe I can give one example, the naturally produced product, agroecologically produced products, organic products produced in mountain areas with geographical indications. There is another term. Geographical indication mean there is some code on the products. From that code, we can trace. That can be QR code or barcode or whatever information code. We can trace where that product is actually produced. Even if that product is expensive, is being produced in mountain areas organically, it has geographical indication, and people, consumers can trace where it is produced, what was the process of production. They will be surely willing to pay higher prices, not within Nepal, but also across countries in international markets also. Here we have the niche for mountains, producing products more following bioeconomy processes, natural, with reduced use of inorganic inputs and with geographical indication codes. Several organizations are working on mountain specific niche products. So few examples I have put in my slide. So there are very successful models. Cardamom is the model which was implemented by ECMOD itself also. It has a lot of success in the past, and we are still promoting cardamom, tea, and this yasha gumba also, several vegetables, fruits also. So mountain areas may not have uniform potential in all type of products. Some mountains can be good in fruits or vegetable. Very high altitude areas may be good in yak production, may be good in buckwheat production, millets production. So as per agroecological potential and market aspects, we have to plan. So what type of business models or products we want to promote for value addition and entrepreneurship. So I will explain a little bit on the sustainable business models. Having that background, which I mentioned on mountain economy, it will be easier for students to understand. So previous speaker also touched on this, professor. Uh, Mainly three dimensions. There are several definitions of sustainable business models. So mainly universally accepted definition of sustainability is based on three dimensions. One is economic sustainability, another is environmental sustainability, and social sustainability. When we talk about sustainable business model, we have to ensure these three streams that we are reducing their trade-offs and we are increasing their synergies. For example, if we are trying to improve our profit, it should not be at the cost of environmental or social aspects. So we should have synergies. It should have supplementary benefits for social and environmental aspects also. If private sector is earning profit, for example, they have social responsibility to reinvest some part of a certain proportion of their profit in the areas where products is being produced for protection, protection of communities, also environmental protection, conservation purposes also. This type of model, we call these type of models benefit sharing mechanisms. Means private sector, they can earn profit, but they are reinvesting in communities and environment also. And government is also aligning their policies and guiding frameworks in line with this mechanism. So these type of models can be triparties signed models, government, communities, and private sector. All three players are getting benefit, and all three dimensions of sustainability are getting benefited from these type of models. Then environment means, so I will build on previous presentation also. In environment is very vast. It's not only about climate change, other aspects also related to natural resources and ecosystems also. So mainly emphasis should be on the efficient use of natural resources. Overexploitation is recommended, highly recommended not to be executed in mountain economies because mountain ecosystems are very fragile. So natural resources, as I explained earlier, also they can be related to land, water, and biodiversity in mountain ecosystem. We should pay attention to circular practices. These circular practices can be organic and natural and may not be natural also. Natural, one example I can give, for example, if livestock is integrated with agriculture, livestock urine is being used for composting and preparation of fertilizer. That fertilizer can be utilized in agriculture production. And livestock is also contributing to overall income of farmers. So this type of model, integrated model, some circularity, crop residues can also be composted and utilized in as a fertilizer in production system. And crop residues can also be utilized to convert into biobriquettes, pellets. Those pellets can also be utilized as energy. So all these models are being implemented in Nepal by different organizations. So they have success stories, but there are few things I will explain in next slide why those models are not sustainable. Beyond project period, they actually disappear. So there are few things I will explain in next slide. As I mentioned also, reinvestment in environment and ecosystems also important. Any entity, government entity or private entity, if they're earning profit from natural resource base from mountain area, they have responsibility to reinvest in those production systems also for sustainability actually. So de-risking of activities and investments, it's hugely important for financial private sector particularly. So I have some background in banking sector also. I can give its whole ecosystem. Banks are very less likely to disburse loan to any business entity which whose risk is not covered, right? Who covers risk actually? The physical solutions by that entity. For example, if that entity is taking some tangible measures to reduce the risk, climate risks or non-climate risk, and if insurance companies they have coverage of risk, if these things are on place, banks will be very happy to invest. They will be very happy to disburse their loans to that entity. Because bank entities also, they want to de-risk their investment. They want repayments actually. They want returns from that business also. In these loans, credit, these are banks' business. They want returns with profits. Profit mean markups or interest. That de-risking is important. And insurance companies will not provide insurance coverage if that entity has very high level of risk. Like if any business entity is very close to areas where gluffs can happen, landslides can happen, floods can damage the assets, flood can damage the supply chains of raw materials. So those businesses need to take into account the physical consideration also, the physical places, what measure they are actually taking to de-risk their activities, how much government is investing actually from public finance to de-risk their activities, and how much support from development organization they are getting. This is whole ecosystem. When we talk about de-risking, it's not only one finance. So we have to pay attention to whole ecosystem. There is need for blended type of financing mechanism to de-risk the activities and investment in mountain area. So another aspect is on social. So whenever we talk about business in mountain areas, as I mentioned, youth is out migrating, more workload on women. And if women, we should not only transfer the workload to women, we need to reduce their workload. We have to bring women in the decision-making roles, in managerial roles, so that they are also having say in businesses. They have control over resources. They can have control over profits and the whole supply chain of businesses. So inclusion of gender and social means here the marginalized group and IPLCs or any other groups. So we have to include them also in decision making related to businesses. If, as I mentioned earlier, also private sector is earning something, they have to reinvest in the production systems actually to benefit the marginalized communities or women or IPLCs. IPLCs mean indigenous people and local communities. So they actually deserve, they are the custodian of natural resource base in mountain areas. Why mostly successful business models do not sustain beyond project cycles? So these are the reasons. We call in development language enablers. So whenever these enablers are there, they are working, we call that we have enabling environment. In climate language, we call these means of implementation. When any business or solutions we are going to implement, these enablers should be there. First is data and knowledge. Any business entity or economic unit need to have a look at data, the risks related to climate, non-climate risk, or the specific business having risk because of geopolitical situation in our region, right? If any entity is very heavily dependent on fossil fuels, we know that fossil fuel economy is very vulnerable, fragile, and is likely to be fragile in coming years. So there has to be critical decision made around that. If some business has higher likelihood of higher impacts of climate change, so that also need to be given special attention, modification, customization in that business. Their physical location, maybe that business may not work physically, may work virtually through e-marketing systems and all that. Data and knowledge is very important. And whenever we talk about data and knowledge, the scientific evidence is very important coming from organizations like ECMO, like universities, academic institutions, to business entities. Then alignment of policies. We have seen very clearly, I will not point any country. So national policies are actually importing more inorganic inputs, more fossil fuels in all countries, not only in one or two countries in our region. But our subnational policies are more towards organic production. They are supporting agroecology, organic production, all that. Policies are not in line, subnational and national policies. There are friction between policies. Alignment of policies are very, very important from even from local level to subnational and national levels. And there has to be clear direction of policies, what actually we want to achieve and over what period of time. Then capacities of entrepreneurs and institutions. We can introduce any technology or business in country. It may not succeed until the entrepreneurs who are the main actors, they have adequate capacities and institutions, unless institutions have adequate capacities. So there is almost 30 to 40% focus on institutional and entrepreneurial capacities in countries where actually businesses are booming, following the sustainable business models. We can see the example of Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, now in India also. Several organizations and countries, national institutions also, they are running that incubation centers, mentorship programs, and bringing in the external resource people or institution. Governments are also trying to build the capacity of national institutions within countries also. This is very important. That's why whenever any business it booms during project cycle, if any entity or development organization they introduce any innovation, it works. After that, it collapse because the institution which can provide the repair and maintenance services, which can continue providing technical backstopping to sustain that business, to link with the international market, to ensure the quality, and all these aspects. If institutions do not have that type of skills, so business entities actually collapse over time after project cycle. Then access to finance. I explained earlier also, finance is whole ecosystem. The banks, their links with the de-risking of their investments and loans, and de-risking through public finance also. Banks or private entities, they want some guarantee from government. Whenever government also puts some public funds in any type of investments or business entities or business activities, it gives some sense of de-risking to private sectors also. Okay, government is also putting money. It's a kind of guarantee. And the communities are also putting money as equity, right? And there is data, climate data, or non-climatic data, which is informing banks, informing insurance companies also to customize their products based on that climate data. This is whole ecosystem I mentioned. All these aspects need to be integrated within countries. So now this concept of blended financing is booming within Nepal also and other countries. I hope in coming years, this type of models will come into action. I have seen on some micro level, these models are being introduced by different development organizations and multilateral banks. Then access to technologies and innovations. So few countries may be a little bit ahead. For example, China and India, they are quite ahead in some the risk management and hazard management. Pakistan is also quite ahead. So cross sharing of technologies and innovations are very important. And the access of entrepreneurs and business entities to these technologies are very important. Very recently, we visited China. They are using robotics. They are using AI in businesses, in operating energy systems, operating businesses, and all those. The use of AI, robotics, and all these advanced technology, machine learning, XYZ things is very low in Nepal and other countries. Access to these type of advanced technology is also very important. Of course, we are not ready to adopt these technologies. That whole environment has to be created within the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Nepal and other countries for adoption of such advanced technology. Then access to climate and market information. I will not spend much time on this because we have discussed much on this. Climate information, data, and knowledge is very important. Similarly, if market informations are very important, in mainly university students, they understand more on this market intelligence. What is market demand now? What market demand likely to be in future? What type of product consumers may prefer? All this information, price, today's price, tomorrow's price. If oil or in Middle East something happen, what impact it will have on local prices and how much it will impact the price of the products we are promoting. So all these things call market intelligence. We should have that foresight on market and market intelligence. And this is very, very important actually during day-to-day business operations in all type of businesses. Then inclusive management and governance means we need to include local communities and all stakeholders, universities, communities, government entities, private sector, banks, everybody in the business models, in business ecosystem. If we are implementing anything at community level, first point of action is we have to involve that community and local government in decision making. Whenever we take decisions just basis on the supply side, what we actually want to implement, they may not sustain beyond the project period because there may be less willingness of communities to accept those type of interventions. A stable global economy is also very important. Nowadays, we are seeing that global economy, we have been hearing till now that this world is global village. Everything is connected in terms of economies. They have shared regional goods like rivers, glaciers, rangelands. Anything happens in one part of the world, for example, USA or China, it can impact the whole global economy, any part of any country. Prices of imports, prices of consumers' goods, and especially the prices of any products which are being imported, prices of any products which is dependent on fossil fuels, for example, are dependent on the inorganic inputs which are mainly import commodity for our country. So stable economy matters a lot nowadays. So some of the countries like US or some of other countries also, they have tried in very recent past moving from globalization to fragmentation. They try to put more import duties and taxes and all that. So let's see how it happens. This fragmentation may lead to more economic volatility actually globally, more price hikes, more shortages of food and consumers good, medicines, because it's a large long-term process, so it may not impact very immediately, but in coming years likely to impact. I hope it will revert back to that global thinking and regionalization of economies. But in short, the main purpose of this point is that we have to keep an eye on global processes, also how global economies are working, the leading economies are working, what steps they are taking, how much they are likely to impact the prices in global market. If any unrest or war-related events are happening globally, how much they are going to impact the commodity prices in local market. All these volatilities we have to keep in mind and impact national economies actually. Few examples on sustainable business models from EC Mode's work. So we promote agroecology-based enterprises and value chains. So naturally produced products are being promoted through our implementation partners. We are also helping entrepreneurs and national institutions, not only in Nepal, in other countries also, to build value chains around these naturally produced products and also having good business models, good business cases around these products. At the moment, we don't have price differentials in Nepal market. For example, everywhere we go, the vegetables being produced organically or inorganically, they may have almost similar type of prices. There is still need for that type of policy mechanism which can have price differential in market. There are few outlets in Kathmandu In other parts of Nepal, also they are directly selling organic products or agroecologically produced products. But at large, at country level, there is need for some policy mechanism for to incentivize the farmers who are organically or agroecologically produce these type of products. We are also promoting bioeconomy-based enterprises, uh, particularly in Nepal and Bhutan. So all herbs, medicinal plants are being used to prepare value-added products with leadership role of women. We are also promoting access to benefit sharing mechanism. In Bhutan, access and benefit sharing mechanism is working very nicely. It's benefiting private sector also. Private sector is reinvesting in the native places where production systems are existing. Government is also actually have aligned their policies and support research pathways to support the private sector and communities also. So they have signed tri-party agreements. So it's working very well. We are trying to introduce similar type of mechanism in Nepal also. But at the moment, we are building capacity of some private and national institutions in Nepal on bioeconomy based enterprises. And we are also conducting some direct uh, mentorship programs for enterprises also in Nepal. Not only ICIMOD, several other organizations are also working around bioeconomy. I will see if have 4 or 5 minutes. I will play one of the video from Bhutan. If no time, I will skip this video playing at this point of time. I will share slides with Shipra madam. She can run later for students these videos. These are good examples and in these videos how we are working in Nepal and Bhutan on bioeconomy based products. We are also promoting the productive use of renewable energy, not only in production systems of agriculture, but also in value chains and businesses and in processing units, in cold storage, in supply chains and all that. Role of renewable energy is very important in businesses, not only in mountains, everywhere, because energy is engine of economy. Without energy, nothing is possible. We all know. So in Nepal and other countries in our region, the big challenge transition from non-renewable energy to renewable energy. So I explained earlier also in Nepal, renewable energy is only having 7% share in total primary energy mix. First thing, Nepal has to increase its share of renewable energy. And another thing, if we want to promote sustainable businesses or business model, we have to increase the use of renewable energy. We have to replace non-renewable energy sources in our businesses. Mostly we think that it's all hydro, it's clean, but see the transportation, how much carbon footprint it has. Vehicles use oil, diesel and all these. No, transportation in mountain areas, we know that transportation costs are high. Transportation fuel consumption is also high because of altitude. So it has high carbon footprints, even if we are using renewable energy from graded sources. One example, how this example is from Langtang. So how we actually utilize the water resources to run the small processing units for cereals. And similar examples we have from several other areas also in HKH region. Not only the direct interventions we have on businesses, we also support the enabling factors, enablers. For example, we are providing climate related information also, market related information also, to entrepreneurs directly, to the institutions also. One example, we also provide drought forecasting, right? So flood forecasting, drought forecasting, so that businesses the entities can be prepared. What's going to happen in coming weeks or coming years or coming months. Through our assessment reports also, we call those higher level assessment reports, scientific assessment. We also caution that, for example, avalanche or floods or bluffs, glacial lake outward floods are likely to increase, which areas are more vulnerable, which areas are safe. All these type of knowledge and data we are providing as enablers to decide on the businesses. So we do not only produce peer-reviewed articles, we also help governments to prepare guidelines, policies, implementation plans. Also, we are also engaged in the global assessment processes, IPCC, IPBES, UN's assessments, our own assessments. We call those assessment high map assessment or high wise assessment, which only focuses on mountain areas. In those assessments, we provide all type of information data related to climate, related to socio-economic vulnerabilities, related to pollution, related to water. All those data are very useful for national governments and entrepreneurs actually to decide on their businesses and decisions. That's it. If we have some time, I can play video. If we don't have time, I will share my slides and maybe Shipra madam can play video later for students. Thank you so much.
Uh, Thank you, sir. Actually, we have a short of time and quickly, want to take questions from student as your presentation and your session is really excellent, and we want to request students quickly. You can ask question if you have, because there are many questions, but I'll just request two questions we can accept right now. Students, please raise your hand quickly. Students, if you have question, please raise your hand. Yes, please. Tech team, please give her a right to. Okay. Yes. Yes, Karishma. Yes, please. Turn on your mic and ask. Yes.
So, what do you think is the biggest
You can
challenge
switch
in
on your camera
adopting
as well and
green
ask quickly.
computing practices? Is the mic working properly?
Yeah, please proceed. Karishma, you can ask question quickly.
So, what do you think is the biggest challenge in adopting the green computing practices today?
Can you bit louder, sir? Can you hear, sir?
I could not get actually what is the biggest challenge for the second part
Karishma,
of question I could not get here.
Yes, ma'am.
please ask again. Quickly repeat
Should I
your
repeat the
question.
question? Can't hear anything.
I think, sir, she's facing some technical issue. So I think we'll proceed further. And I would like to request all of you to switch on your camera for a group photograph, virtual group photograph. Please switch on your camera. Everyone here, please switch on your camera for a group photograph, please.
And students' question can be passed on to me by you, madam, and I will be happy to respond in written, no problem. Yeah.
Yes, sir, definitely, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Habib Hussain, sir, for your exceptional presentation. Your strategic insights into climate
Now, shall I
adaptation,
repeat the question?
resource circularity, and entrepreneurial resilience within the fragile mountain topography highlighted exactly how green commercial system can protect vulnerable global ecosystem. It was a true honor to hear from your address, sir. It was really very beautifully you have articulated all the pictures, and it was really honor to hear you. Thank you so much, sir.
It was my honor also to be part of this conference. Thank you so much for inviting me, madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll play the video later, sir. Okay, so now we'll proceed further for a further session. Distinguished delegates and participants, we have a quick update regarding our upcoming session. Our esteemed speaker, Dr. Vibha Dhawan, is currently tied up in an urgent priority meeting. So, therefore, we are restructuring the order slightly to keep your momentum going. We are incredibly fortunate to have Mr. Pankaj Sir step into, initiate and lead the session right now, which will then be seamlessly followed by Dr. Dhawan as soon as she connects. We are now step into track green computing and sustainable infrastructure. To lead this track, we welcome a dynamic industry disruptor with over 2.5 decades of leadership in a cross-border operations. He is the founder and CEO of Impact Adventure, a purpose drive enterprise centered on inclusive and transformative tourism loop. The celebrated champion of accessible tourism initiative of people with disability. He served as a chairman of the World Tourism Network Nepal chapter and is a distinguished Toastmaster. Please turn on your attention to screen for Mr. Pankaj Pradharanga sir as an presenter on digital inclusion and regenerative travel. So please, everyone, join in virtually to welcome Pankaj sir to the screen to take over the floor. So please welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sipra. Namaste, everyone present, students, all the audience, and the organizer. Well, before I begin, let me do the tech check. I hope my screen is visible. Can you confirm that it's visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible. Sir, you can continue. We can see your slide.
Great, thank you. Thank you. As you can see, this is all about inclusion and the role a tourism industry would play. So digital inclusion and regenerative tourism or travel. So in my discussion, what I'll be focusing on as a practitioner, as an entrepreneur in tourism, and a learner and a traveler, some of the practices what we've done in this part, primarily in Nepal or in the Himalayan region. So before I begin, okay, what comes in your mind when you think of Nepal? So obviously mountains, right? So generally, people perceive and they relate to Nepal as we have 8 mountains above 8,000 meters. So the minute someone talks about Nepal, they think you've already been to the Everest base camp, or some may think that you've already made it to on the top of the Everest. Congratulations, but many do not really get there, right? And that's the general perception of Nepal. So here is a question. When people think Nepal, of course, it's our biggest strength. However, it also becomes a barrier to those who think they are not really active enough or they are not adventure seekers, that too the level of expeditions. Then do they consider Nepal as a destination or not? So that's where we will discuss, and I will share some of my observation as well as initiatives to disrupt a bit, but more to uncover the potential. When we talk about digital inclusion, obviously inclusion is a beautiful word, and that's what my company's tagline is also tourism for all. So tourism for everyone, if it is for everyone, then its digital ecosystem must be for everyone too, right? So everyone can participate, and you can hear that my office is totally inclusive. We also pet parents. Everyone can participate and benefit from this digital tourism, regardless of age. And that's where we are working on age-less tourism. We are really working to make age just a number. Persons with disabilities, people with lower income group, can they be deprived or barred from accessing tourism facilities, or those who are located, uh, much farther distance, or the people without digital literacy. So, who does it serve? Tourism as a vehicle, and in that regard, inclusive tourism as a tool. Accessible websites and booking platforms. Of course, we are connecting marketplace to the product and the suppliers. Screen reader friendly information for visually impaired persons with blindness. Sign language options. Since this is a digital, these days we see that sign language interpreters are there to ensure that the workshop or the training and the programs are communicated properly for hard of hearing or people who are deaf. So digital payment, where we are progressing much faster than before. And the booking options, so OTAs are playing a vital role on that, but would not exclude people. And very importantly, in capacity building, training local communities, the partners who we call the tour guides, trekking guides, the drivers, all who are there in the front line to make the experience worthy and the value for money for the travelers. Are they digitally skilled or not? So that's where the inclusion has a role to play. And or accessible tourism. That's what now my discussion will focus on. When we share more mountains, there's a group of people who would think that Nepal is not for me, or I would not have best of my ROI of whether it's my time or money when I visit Nepal, right? But that's where we are trying to create or remove, wipe out that myth or that misperception with accessible tourism, right? So this is to enable people with access requirement, whether it's mobility, vision, hearing, or intellectual or cognitive disabilities, So they can also travel, and their travel is not only fulfilled or enjoyable, but also dignified, right? So that's where we are taking help of university design, tourism products, hospitality, um, hotels and lodges, services, the vehicle, and overall inclusive tourism mindset, I would say. Who does it serve? As we know that over 1.4 billion people, almost 1.5 billion people travel internationally, or the ones who get out of their country and travel, right? So it's a huge number, and we know that Nepal gets about 1.2 million, and then the number is growing. And it's just not the number. We know that there are other indicators like length of stay, as well as the spending by tourists. Unfortunately, that is falling, especially the average spending by tourist around $33, which is not really something we can take great, pride of. But when you look into the people who live with disabilities, whether it's physical, visible, or invisible disability, that constitute almost 16% of the total population, right? As per WHO data. So if we do a math, it clearly shows that there's a large number, as big as the number of international travelers. Um, they could be our potential clients. And when we show more mountains, of course, it attracts the adventure seekers, the ones who love to trek or go to the foothill of mountain. They know Nepal has all these attractions. They would come. Marketing, promotion, definitely it helps, but now we need to be slightly more mindful that our communication, digital promotions also need to be more inclusive. So what about people who think they are not geared for Nepal? And furthermore, if you look at the longevity, now the world is having more and more aging population. They are active, they are in sound health, 60 plus travelers. And as for the US data, if you look at, they are the market, they are the ones who spend the most, right? 56% of hotel accommodations in the US are booked or paid by people over 50, right? So that is another ageless tourism or the aging population who are on the rise. So again, they are a big marketplace for Nepal. Would definitely look for a safe, comfortable, and fulfilling holidays, right? Not just the baseline physiological need, but they also want to be, challenged in a very safe and exciting way, be it spiritually or wellness. Families with young children, pregnant women, temporarily injured, and slow walkers. So these are the markets, right? So everyone, in other words, when we travel, we take the handbag, and it is more comfortable and convenient when it has got wheels, right? And we've noticed when we arrive in the hotel, if there's a ramp, you prefer to take the ramp instead of walking through the stairs or the steps with the even 7 kilogram handbag. You want ramp. So this is for everyone, that improves experience for all the travels. So if you put all together, we are looking into 2 billion plus, potential travel market. So that's where the entrepreneurs can think differently and scratch or explore, dig down deeper into the uncatered or undercatered market. So obviously it is not as easy as we talk, but with right research, prepare, when we prepare go through the training needed, we can definitely uh, do much better and target this large catchment or the prospective marketplace, right? So, as the punchline, you may say, accessible tourism or inclusive tourism is not an easy thing to do, but it is definitely right thing to do when we really progress into this. Now, let me bring you to Nepal, the current brand positioning. As an entrepreneur, as an aspiring entrepreneur who are thinking to get into tourism business, we need to understand why do people travel to Nepal, right? So, as I mentioned earlier, the adventure-only narrative of Nepal visit because it definitely limits our market potential. And as you can see in the slide, there are two visually impaired travelers. They're domestic, taken to Chandragiri, and they were enjoying the excursion that was organized on National Accessible Tourism Day. So here I would like to connect the dots. When it comes of Tourism Day, everyone talks about 27th September, which is International Tourism Day. And Nepal does not have a National Tourism Day because we all celebrate international. But here we have National Accessible Tourism Day, that is 30th of March. And this photograph, what you see, is one of the celebrations. So things we have already started, though very slow and incremental growth, but we are definitely heading towards right direction. So the current perception of brand Nepal or destination Nepal, Everest, as we've already talked, trekking, so it is for thrill. Um, so that may not appeal to a large number, right? Or the number that I just mentioned. So the gap, there is a short supply in accessible facilities, be it hotel, transport, the trail where we can take them and give them soft adventure, right? Infrastructure, obviously, that's where we are working. The country is work in progress, so we are slowly progressing. The trained frontline staffs, right? And senior travelers or elderly travelers friendly services. So we would need grab bar in the bathroom, as we age, we need support. So why not that? It is not only the shower chair what is needed for a person on wheelchair, but a grab bar around the shower area or in the toilet always helps, right, to stop you from the fall. So the opportunity is enormous. The reposition Nepal as inclusive, welcoming, and accessible destination. So, in other words, we tell people that Nepal is for all, and Kathmandu, as we know, where I'm now residing now, or most of us here, it has got 7 UNESCO heritage sites. And you can drive that literally in 45 minutes from, the farthest distance. So that is something we have not really highlighted or told compelling stories. So now here is a food for thought. Inclusive tourism is not a niche. Many of us have not really got into this because we think it needs a specialized um, expertise, or it needs, it's a very small market. It is not worth our time. All are partly true, but it is going to be mainstream, right? It has a potential to become a mainstream. And if we start working now, we will only be uncovering the bigger potential. And it is not an easy thing to do, but it is definitely right thing to do. So now through tourism, any entrepreneur must have this basic understanding that your product or services has to stand out in the crowded marketplace. And obviously, Nepal is not only destination, Bhutan is not only destination, India is not only destination. People have choices, over 100 countries or thousands of destinations where they can spend their time, their money, and feel connected or get benefit of international travel. So in that regard, how inclusion can be a tool or a tactic for gaining that competitive edge. So the destination resiliency, for that matter, I must compliment all in Nepal, the tourism industry or the people from Nepal, that we have been resilient. We have shown resiliency time and again. But that has to reflect in our brand, brand promise. So this helps us, inclusion would help us to expand our market. People could be our marketplace or the target market beyond young adventurers. Definitely, they need to be respected, they need to be brought, and they are, tech savvy. They are traveling, but again, we also cannot ignore the growing base of ageless tourism or ageless, the senior citizens who are time conscious and they have appetite to explore. So that's the right mix also. We need to diversify our product. When you look back, 1955, when Nepal issued first tourist visa, the group that was brought in by Thomas Cook, the company based in India back then, or the first travel company in the world, how far we have come in terms of innovating product. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we can definitely make it much faster, smoother, smarter. Perhaps we have big room for improvement in that regard, right? So we need to explore the possibility of slow travel. People travel for digital detoxing, wellness. Of course, Nepal government has already announced wellness, tourism year, which is commendable. And that also attracts mid-age as well as senior citizens to come to Nepal, and not only body and mind, but also to enhance their soul, searching possibilities, cultural immersions. We just don't trek. We also stop in the local family, engage with them, cultural exchange, maybe cook and dine together or work in their farm. So the various ways for cultural emotions, wellness, of course, accessible nature experiences. So that's where we have diversified product, and we need to work more. The trail near Pokhara, which was launched in 2018. I was there and Nepal Tourism Board invested money from Kaskikot to Naudara, 1.3 kilometer. But that is when we launched or opened that trail, we thought that was the first accessible trail in Nepal. But later we realized that was the first accessible trail in South Asia. It caught the attention. When you walk that very easy 1.3 kilometer with a sidebars, and the incline is such that you can independently roll your wheelchair, good for elderly, kids, pregnant women, you name it, blind, visually impaired, so all can enjoy while enjoying the nature, from that elevation. Thrill, right? So this it increases economic opportunity, right? Not only Pokhara Lakeside, but that also created opportunity in Naudara, right? That Kaski Court, the homestay there. They would share food, they would eat one lunch. So and as we target more high value travelers, we definitely have more trickle down effect. So everyone thinks and feels that more tourists, meaning more resources, more revenue to the local community and local economy as well. So it also gives us a strategic advantage because we become first mover. As I said, that trail became the first trail in Southeast Asia. So that also prompted many people who are thinking to come this part and always thought Nepal was not ready. So giving this kind of communication, which instills confidence, allows people to make their decisions, right? So we can become early movers, or you'll have early movers benefit, and you continue to learn. You continue to, as the pie grows. That's where there's sometime a challenge within yourself, perhaps not right. You when you grow the market, when you grow the supplier side, then obviously the market grows and everyone gets the fair share, right? So this inclusive tourism has given us competitive advantage, and it has also enhanced the brand reputation of Nepal, right? Or any destination, whoever works in this. So it gives that the destination is socially responsible. It thinks about the planet, people, right? Not only profit. So that's the true spirit of regenerative, tourism or regenerative destination. So here, the key point is we've been talking about the number. When we look into the policy makers or Nepal Tourism Board, they always talk, we target X number of visitors. So the footfall, which is commendable, which is needed, that gives you some, target. But we also need to be absolutely mindful about the quality. What do they bring? Are they bringing enough value to the destination, or do we have enough carrying capacity to provide them quality service? So at the end, everyone benefits, and there is win-win scenario. We've recently read, and you all must have followed that news, when there was an influx of uh, travelers from India in Pokhara and heading to Mustang, or Muktinath area. So at times, when you have this kind of scenario, obviously it prompts over tourism. And we've seen Barcelona or Venice or Japan this year. Not happy, right? So there was slogan or demonstration, tourists go back home. Obviously, we don't want that scenario. So there has to be a right pricing and positioning um, campaign or strategy through marketing, of course, to attract the clients or the travelers who are ready to pay the price, and they come in good number. So we definitely cannot take the Bhutan model, which has got a daily, STF, Sustainable Development Fee. But we need to be really, find a mid path, or we open it, but we also encourage people and deliver service. So we charge them $33 is definitely way lower than the regional average, which is $100 plus. So we need to target and get there. So that's where inclusion or inclusive tourism can play a good role. Um, so we need to work on our infrastructure, as we all know, build the capacity. The smile is not only enough, it does help, right? As the saying goes, your face is the barometer of your emotions. So when we smile, it does open the door. But at the end of the day, the guests, our visitors, travelers do look for quality attention, trained services. That's where we need more training, orientation, continual learning. and the people or the human capital in tourism has to be LLL, as we say, lifelong learner. So once is not enough, we need to continue. And the tour operators, tourism operating sector, they need to facilitate them or equip them, train them with the emerging trend or the emerging market, and then also, keep themselves ready so there would be no surprises at the touch points. When people travel, obviously our brochures, the website always show the best pictures of Nepal, right? But we know that when we travel, we also, it's adventure, right? Something service would not go as planned, the flight may cancel, the weather may disrupt your plan. So how do we that understanding? We just don't show sympathy, but we have to be empathetic, properly trained, and have plan B and C in place. For that, we need training, we need orientation, and we need the proper human capacity who can deliver it, right? So policy of obviously that's the foundation. It paves the road, and I must say that Nepal has come a long way, and it continues to work towards the better policies. It has been far more inclusive. Even our constitution has been very progressive, so that has reflected in our various policies. So in that regard, but it cannot be perfect. It is. Continual evolution or evolving process. So there we need to keep on lobbying, and tourism can really, because it is the largest service sector industry and it is the largest employer in the world. 1 out of 10 job is generated by or created by tourism. So Nepal, again, that average is much lower and that too very seasonal. A trekking guide is hired only from October to December and again from March to May. So there's a seasonal unemployment. That's so there we need to really find a right kind of policy in place, incentive. So, more and more people, otherwise there will be clearly a short supply of trained human resource, so the policy has to address in that regard. And the partnership is needed. And I was very happy to see the previous presentation by from ECMOD's scholar. So this is where the partnership plays role, and the tourism cannot thrive, forget surviving. Um, you know, in isolation. So it has to partner, it has to collaborate, and that progressive mindset or the open mindset and the room for improvement mindset, which is primarily led by private sector. As we know, in fact, started by private sector, and then later the government bodies came in, and the fact remains, 1955 the first tourist arrived, and it was only 1999 the Nepal Tourism Board, public-private partnership for marketing was formed. So, it is not very long or old history, but we are really partnering with associations. So that is heading, but obviously it can be done good. Dr. Sipra, perhaps you play the role of a timer if where I need to stop. How many minutes
Sure,
do
sir.
I
Sure,
have?
sir. Please continue.
Thank you. So here, let me share one case study where my company is involved, and I've been involved for last 12 years. So the few pictures that you see is a business case from social cause to commercial viability. When we invited the first picture, all the five high trackers from US, they all, you can limb. And the center, the person who is a police officer from Ohio, Columbus, he has got a very sophisticated leg because he has amputee above knee. So his leg needed to be charged. We did a road show back then with partnership with International Development Institute, in short form IDI, based in DC, raise fund, and we brought these five trekkers from US, took them to Poon Hill, and that became the event of International Tourism Day 2016, so exactly 10 years ago. So that gave a great impetus for Nepal as a destination where soft adventure or accessible adventure could be a possibility. Um, and then the below one, he was my mentor, was because he passed away in 2016. Dr. Scott Rains, who taught me or who encouraged me, and he did hold hand to do things in accessible tourism. So we invited him back in 2014, and I did travel with him for 10 days. When I met him in California, San Jose, I simply said, please come to Nepal, as we Nepali normally say, ferry betongla. But I had no clue how. But we brought him to Nepal and then did partnership with various hospitality, airline, traveled with him for 10 days, and that was an eye opener. A person was paralyzed below waistline, traveled all by himself from California to Kathmandu. That was the month of May, spending time in Chitwan, Pokhara, Kathmandu, interacting with tour guides, hotel owners, naturalists, and imparting knowledge and letting people know persons on wheelchair could be your prospective clients. And that is unknown, unheard of until that. So this we have continued, and we have had many other travelers in last 10 years. So this has given competitive edge, and it also differentiates Nepal from regional competitors clearly, right? It supports local community because the spending, my observation, though it is not published data, but in my clients or our clients who travel to Nepal, the persons with disabilities, elderly travelers, they tend to spend way higher than the average tourist who travel who come to Nepal. So their average spending is more than $100, right? So which is a good thing. So, and then this can be aligned with UN's SDG goals. We are also part of Impact Adventure, is part of UN Global Compact Network. So we are very mindful of inclusion or the sustainable practices. So this has given us not only, understanding, respecting how to do it, mindful and competitive, right? So inclusive in employment, we also have persons with disability in our team. So we are also working to grow the team and have more and more inclusive team in place. So inclusion, not only physical inclusion, but also we have in our team, members from Tarai, from Hills, from Valley, different ethnicity. So that becomes more like Mojak, you can say, and then they're great learning also. So this is the landscape of Nepal, where tourism board is doing their promotional marketing role to their best capacity. I'll not comment on that. The role of destination management organization, tour DMCs and DMOs, marketing organization, tour operators, they all are working in their capacity to promote Nepal. And we've seen that it has been progressing slowly but very steady growth. And Nepal is in radar of international travelers. So reading our article, which was in Net Geo or other international magazines, people were contacting and they wanted to travel. Not only traveling with persons with disabilities, but they wanted to bring their elderly parents. They wanted to gift the holiday for their parents. So in that way, the role we have to play is obviously innovation. So the innovation, when we talk, it's not in the lab as we know about the high-tech industry, but we can do things better, incremental progress, mapping out the touch points, finding how we can create that wow factor, right? Um, co-creating products, designing itinerary, not only what we have, we are good at, and this is take it or leave it, but do first one level of research and come back that this is what we want, and then we give our input, you know, whether taking them to making bara in a restaurant run by women-led NGO, um, supported by Sabah, the Village Cafe, or inviting, retired or the Everest climbers who climbed Everest 5 years, 10 years, 15 years ago, but now they are not going back to mountains. So we invite them to talk, share their experiences, knowledge with our clients, and then our clients simply love it. Sherpa or the mountaineers who have climbed Everest, they feel good. They recall their memories, and of course, they get paid for that. So in other words, that is also helping them to get some, extra income. And they also, we've been mindful, not only inviting male climbers or Everest summiters, but also female Everest summiters, right? So that way, that is so there are a lot of areas where we can create small wow factor, whether taking them to traditional art school Aksheswar. Today only a group of travelers from Holland, they are doing pauva, which is globally known as Thangka, traditional Buddhist art. They spend about 2 hours, they make their own Thangka, and they take back home. So they just, you know, create their own souvenirs, and that becomes a talking point. And there has been, a few instances where one German client who made this, and it was in his living room. His other extended family members, when came home for dinner, said, "Where did you get this?" He said, "I made it." "Oh, really?" "Yes, we're in Nepal." And guess what? They also came, they also did exactly the same. Is not only an experience, but that also becomes our promotional tools in a very subtle way. So that way, we can find out various ways to innovate in our product. Of course, customer care and service delivery, absolutely zero tolerance. Gone are the days when if your car reached on time, or the hotel had functioning AC, or all the facility running water, client would be happy. No, these are the basics. Right now, clients would be happy when they are challenged positively and they feel that they've learned something, they have had transformational experience to discover them, then they feel good, right? So there we need to really think, brainstorm, collaborate, and come up with various ideas. So maybe cross pollination is the right word, because when we discuss among tourism entrepreneurs, we've been doing that for decades, right? So perhaps there's not much of an excitement, but When we invite people from different walks of lives, then they see things through different lens. So the role of tourism development or product development, and for any aspiring entrepreneur, if you are not from tourism, it does not stop you, but it definitely rewards you if you have that right mindset and come and take your um, first step. So here I'm just showing the website, what we have done for our company. You would see different fonts. It is not just to turn the head, but deliberate. It can change the font for autistic or dyslexic, low vision. So they are this tool or which can help you to make the website more accessible. So we've been working on that. So the lesson we have learned is demand exists and it continues to grow, right? Um, Local capacity can be built. So it is not a rocket science. Those who are interested, willing, and have a bit of appetite um, to mingle with people, they can be trained, right? And there are various organizations who have been working, um, international agencies also in Nepal who are training people, giving much needed and awareness. So perhaps we have not been communicating loud and clear, right? So as the saying goes, if you do what your neighbors do, you get what your neighbors get. So that applies to the destination, that applies to the companies, individuals. So let's try and create competitive aids so we stand tall, we stand different, and inclusion, access, or looking into underserved this market can also be a tool or a possibility to explore. So there, what is good for locals is good for visitors. So gone are the days when you make infrastructure keeping in mind for tourists. Now it has to be market. So it should not be the other way around, but what is good for locals is definitely good for visitors. So moving ahead, we need to really take this as an opportunity, inclusion, digital inclusion, or regenerative tourism. It's not only eco-friendly practices, but also including the locals, not only profit, but people and planet, right? So we need to do more and more pilot projects, as we did one accessible trail in Pokhara. Now one is due in Dhulikhel. Nepal Tourism Board has again invested with partnership with Dhulikhel municipality. That is going to come soon, hopefully. Um, Training, as we've already discussed, and again, the very important part is marketing. We need to tell compelling stories to bring people, and we have had many examples, whether it's John Wood, who left Microsoft after a trekking trip to Nepal in late 90s. He was so moved that he quit Microsoft to, change the world, right? So he started an NGO working for underprivileged or marginalized kids who are deprived from books or the library, right? So there are many examples, but we have not told the story. Why someone should come to Nepal? It's not just for a holiday. It is definitely not a place for comfortable holiday. It is the place which can inspire you, transform you, and maybe give more meaning to your life, right? So as Brian Chesky, the founder of Airbnb, beautifully said, we don't travel for destination, we travel for inspiration. Perhaps Nepal is a destination that can inspire many, like many John Woods can come, and this can be a great industry sector So those who are looking for entrepreneurial ventures, why not tourism? Because it still has a big room to fill and a large shoes to really fill, right? On that note, we all need to carry a vision that Nepal, as a leading nation, tourism for all. So thank you for listening, watching. I'm happy to answer some of your questions if there are any.
Yeah, anyone who has any question, please ask. Please raise your hand quickly. Please raise your hand, students. Yes, Prasim. Prasim, please give him a try. Yes, Prasim, you can switch on your camera. Karishma Sreshta, she also wants to ask. First, Prasim, you ask question.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Namaste, sir. Sir, I wanted to ask one question, and that is, as you said, there are many factors a business should consider. For example, people, planet. These were the new things besides the traditional profit-oriented ideas. Uh, I wanted to ask one question, and that is how can we make sure that local people or the marginalized community uh, get better opportunities in better opportunities as employees or laborers in the new era where global competence is more required. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Prasham. Right. Um, how can they benefit? So I think tourism is really one of the game changers. The reason is when a tourist lands, right, who starts giving service? Airport representative, tour guide, a taxi driver, or a car driver who drives from point A to point B to the hotel and then taking him around. When they go for trekking, right? So who cooks for them? Who brings food on the table? That's a local. So there has been now more and more practice, and the luxury hotels are, you know, uh, announcing it with a great pride that 90% of our employees are local. I'll give an example, Barai Jungle Lodge in Chitwan, which is a great model of a premium property, which also practices sustainable practices. And they have 90% people are local who have never gone to hotel management college. They were trained locally and they have that passion or appetite, and they have a job right next. But more than that, an egg that a tourist consumes in the morning for breakfast, two boiled egg, let's say, where those egg come from? Chitwan poultry farm or poultry farm from Bhaktapur, right? So they are injecting the demand for poultry farm, and not only poultry farm. Now you look into ecosystem, the feed industry. Who takes that feed industry, the feed from Kathmandu or from Birgans to Chitwan, a cargo truck or a jeep driver who takes that feed from Chitwan to one tourist fuels the demand of two eggs per day. So when there's 1 million tourists, 2 million eggs, stay here for 15 nights, 30 million, right? So who carries those things? So it definitely indirectly creates the employment opportunity. But as you have rightly said, if our tourists are going mostly to Pokhara or Everest region or Chitwan, it is high time we take them to Ilam, we take them to Janakpur, of course, is now coming faster in the tourism landscape, but there are other destinations which are not really promoted properly. So that's where the entrepreneurship or the progressive mindset comes, and you can collaborate with the local government, municipalities to create or get some, investment and start your destination. I hope I answered your question, Prasam.
Uh, Thank you, sir. There are many questions which student wanted to ask. I can quickly take one more question. So, yes, Nirmala, you can just switch on your camera and you can ask quickly. You are on mute, Nirmala.
Okay. So, good morning, sir and ma'am. My question is, what are the certificate and the courses you would recommend for the student interested in this field?
Okay, thank you, Nirmala. This is interesting. Um, if I may ask, what are you studying presently? What is your
Sir, sorry, sir, once again.
What are you studying presently? What program are you in?
Question?
You
के
are
पढ्दै हुनुहुन्छ अहिले? Okay. Anyway,
Nirmala, you have to tell. You are studying which program here? BBA or BCA?
Okay. I am from BBM fourth semester from Southwestern State College, and my question is, what are there any certification or the course you would recommend for the student interested in this field?
okay, thank you. So see, if you go for hotel, work in hotel, then obviously having hotel management degree or BHM gives you a competitive advantage, right? That opens the door. But having said that, it does not bar you. Again, as I said, so tourism has become very dynamic and very diversified. If you want to become a tour guide, trekking guide, then they are training short term training that about 6 months or 2 to 3 months, I believe, for trekking guide, tour guide. You need to have graduation and you become a tour guide. But all these will definitely help you to open up the doors, right? Or you can do BTTM, BHM, blended course, but that is not, I would say, a must if you really want to plunge into tourism job. Or as a digital, content creator, you can be associated with a travel company or a hotelier. If you are really good in content creation or digital communication, right? So your BBA degree will also help, helping them to create a proper marketing strategy. So what you need, I firmly believe, is you need to have that drive and determination, right? Then you'll find your own way how you gain that competency or expertise. If you want to start the business, become an entrepreneur, then my suggestion would be to gain first an experience, at least for a few years, do a side hustle in the meantime, and then jump into it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Uh, Thank you, Mr. Pankaj Pradhananga, sir, for that inspiring and highly humanitarian perspective on hospitality system. Your presentation beautifully demonstrated how green travel infrastructure, conscious cultural preservation, and accessibility integration can turn regional travel into a powerful force for a social good. Sir, Thank you so much for joining. And before we will proceed further, I would like to request everyone to switch on virtually for a group photograph, switch on their camera. Please switch on your camera for a group photograph. Yes, please. Thank you. And distinguished delegates, we now enter track eco-friendly software engineering to welcome a phenomenal global pioneer in a green tech strategy and scientific innovation. She is the Director General of the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, India, and a Chancellor of the TERI SAS. A Fellow of National Academy of Science, India, she served on the World Economic Forum Global Future Council of Energy Technology Frontiers, and governing the Council of the UN Global Compact Network. Author of six authoritative books and over 70 research papers. Please welcome the eminent Dr. Vibha Dhawan ma'am to address our strong audience on the green software revolution. Strategies for building carbon efficient application for global industry. Ma'am, the digital platform is yours. Can please switch on your camera and floor is yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And
Okay.
even
You can
slides
see
are
me
also
as
visible.
well. Great, great. So good afternoon to all of you and welcome. And I'm sure you are enjoying what you have been taught, very diverse topics. But by the, I should say, those who are delivering, they are authority in themselves. So that's very good. And you are very lucky to be attending this course. Now, what I'm going to talk about, and there are two components of it. One is that why do we need it? And in a way, when we talk of digital, it is something like that you can't avoid it. The digital era is here, it's going to stay. And there is no way that we can say that we are not going to use it. Why it is also important is that let's look into the impacts of climate change. And when I talk about, next slide, when I talk about what is happening in India, sometimes I also feel that Nepal is even worse affected due to the changing climate. We are talking in terms of, next slide. Can I have the next slide, please?
Yes, ma'am. We are moving.
Okay. So what we are talking about, that why it is happening, it is largely due to the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation. In fact, the agriculture, which earlier we used to think it as CO2 plus water, but now we use so much of, I should say, standing water for paddy, and then lots of pesticides, insecticides, fertilizers, and livestock, which produces methane. So ultimately, agriculture ends up contributing 16% to the greenhouse gas emission. Again, let's look into consumerism, like whether it is Nepal, whether it is India, the way we used to live, I should say, if you just look back, what was happening 10 years back, 20 years back, what kind of life were we leading versus where are we today? And then it is also somewhere that the air from the neighboring countries also end up in Nepal, ends up in Delhi, and in different parts of the world from one country to the other. And if that is not clean, that further impacts. And in fact, last year when I was there and I went for that mountain view, I was really shocked to see what Himalayas look like, because they are like Black Mountain now. And therefore, it is very important that what we have, we take care of that, we preserve that, we delay as much as possible. Next slide. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, it's taking long, so maybe I'll just keep on speaking. So the impact of climate change, if we look at the environmental impact, we are talking of rising global temperatures. Last year was the hottest year in the history. Maybe this year will be even worse. More frequent extreme events, that is floods and droughts, more frequent intense heat waves, changing rainfall pattern, ocean warming and acidification, biodiversity loss and species extinction, which again becomes important for Himalayas, and increased forest fires and desertification. Now, these are environmental impact. And as a country which cares for, or you are blessed with a lot of biodiversity, you must ensure that it's taken care of. Now, economic becomes loss of agriculture productivity. And like in India also, we predict due to the rising temperature, our productivity may get reduced by anywhere between 20 to 30%, which is because we have such a high population, we really can't afford that kind of yield run. Similarly, like when we talk of heat stress, it is that maybe you and I don't suffer that much because we are sitting in an air-conditioned room, but think of the laborers. So think of the birds, think of the animals on the street, and so on. And what is happening, it is too hot for them, but they are too poor even to relax. And therefore, we talk of so many deaths during summer and so on. We are talking of crop failures, which leads to food insecurity, and high disaster recovery costs are there. For you, it's also loss in tourism, fisheries, and overall loss in GDP. And what it is then leading to, it is increased inequality and poverty, loss of lives, somewhere mental health, impacts after climate disasters, heat-related illnesses which may be fatal, malnutrition, loss of livelihoods, water scarcity, climate-induced migrations, displacement, and really speaking, if we look at it is disproportionate. Women, children, senior citizens are worst affected, and those who are poor, for them, it is not just an incidence. It is that what they are today, maybe they will again be at the same status after 2 generations. So we really can't afford to do that. Next one. So next slide. So this just talks about cyclones which were caused. Next one. Cloud burst. Next one. Next slide, please. So cloud burst is a problem, then same are floods. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, as I'm again talking about, like when I started with that, what is the reason for climate change, but what we must understand, that we cannot stop development. And if we look at whether it is Nepal or Delhi or India, in the hilly terrain, first of all, people want to visit, tourism is increasing. And most of the tourism, it costs to the environment because tourists are not worried about water security. They are not worried about using plastic. For them, it is enjoyment. And therefore, per capita consumption is far greater than the population which is static or which stays there, inhabitant of the place. And sometimes it also leads to, like the term which we love to use is carrying capacity of the city. So carrying capacity is both the inhabitants as well as the floating population. So again, I'll come back to that we want development to continue. You cannot tell people that resources are limited and therefore you can't use it, but it is that how do they use those resources more efficiently? Let's think of, like, when we are talking of cities, are we ensuring that we are having efficient building design? We are using green materials, renewable energy as much as possible. Let's look into the smart grids, that you are consuming more energy if you're using renewable energy like solar, then smart grids so that you produce or you spend more energy during the daytime when it is actually getting produced. And at night, your consumption is much lower. Let's also look into, and one thing which I can definitely talk about Nepal is that there are too many vehicles on the street. And you are also advised that if you have to go to the airport and at this hour, you must keep 2 hours margin or things of that sort. So what we also need to do is, are we talking adequately or we are taking steps to have good public transport, or everything is private? Electric vehicles. So it becomes transit-oriented development. Let's talk of industry and manufacturing, where energy efficiency plays a very important role. In India, we have Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which certifies all the white goods as 1 star to 5 star. So a 5 star rated goods, their energy consumption is much lower. Let's look into water. And are we talking of water recycling? What are we doing with the vast waste, which is both municipal solid waste, which is created? And similarly, when we are talking about food production, and as I said, food is something without which you can't survive. But rather than using fertilizers the way we are doing today, can we look into other opportunities to have agriculture more sustainable? Next one. Next slide, please. Let's talk about, I'll come basic first to the infrastructure. In our countries, most of the infrastructure is yet to be built. In India, we talk about that 2/3 of the infrastructure is to be built by 2050, which is just less than 24 years. But then it is a challenge, it's an opportunity, because I don't have to break and rebuild, rather I have an opportunity to build something new. And what I can do is efficient building design. If you ensure that natural lighting is taken care of, the heat from that light is reflected back, you can reduce your energy load by anywhere from 25 to 45%, depending on where you are. Now, isn't it that a saving even if you're investing something? We are also talking of green materials. You must have heard the concept of carbon capture. Now, can I create, rather than a cement, a material which takes care of the flue gas, which comes from the thermal plants? Can I ensure I'm using fly ash? So it's a green material, which otherwise is a problem, but it can be used. I talk of hollow bricks. So hollow bricks, again, they become very good insulators. So that way we can look into the material which is green. Of course, if we talk of green steel and all, the cost goes up and therefore it becomes an expensive project. But there are options available which are not expensive at all. And for that, we have also GREHA. That is basically, we are looking at integrated resource utilization. It's a certifying system like LEED and others. So we ensure that GREHA compliance. So they give you guidelines that this is how you should build it. And once it is done, then depending on how much you have followed, they give you 1 star to 5 star. Solar rooftop is becoming very common in India. And it is that electricity, like I'm getting it installed at my place. And I'm sure with that, the electricity bill will become zero. So then it is you are creating your own energy, and it is going to become common. In fact, in India now there is a regulation. A building above a particular size, it must be meeting or it must be having solar installed. So it is mandatory for new buildings beyond a certain size to put renewable energy. And one is looking forward to, because ultimately it helps the customer, it helps the energy generation, because even if you have electric vehicles and your electricity is coming from coal burning, you are actually not saving pollution. Transport, again, as I said, my own experience in Nepal is it's very haphazard and a lot of pollution is getting created. So can we shift 100% to electric vehicles? Of course, I saw many of the electric vehicles, but can we shift 100%, and can we also look into public transportation in a better way, reliable way, so that it's not just the locals or below a certain economic strata that people use. People find it far more comfortable than using their own car. Let's also look at industry. And as I said, energy efficiency is extremely important, because what is happening is energy, it's expensive, but not so expensive as well. So therefore, while buying any equipment, we really, many a times we ignore the 5-star certification for that. And especially imports, because many countries in the developed part of the world, they love to dump what doesn't sell in their market. So they give it to developing countries at a lower price, and we end up spending a lot of money on energy thereafter. In years to come, what we are going to have, because once you have a lot of renewables, your energy storage, energy transmission becomes a problem. So therefore, smart grids are going to play a very important role, and there are going to be new technologies like hydrogen and so on. Let's also look at cities, because what you also have is that nature-based solutions. So can I look at vermicomposting fit at my own house, or it's like a small bucket in which I can make vermicompost at home itself. Let's look into how do I recycle what is waste for me becomes raw material for the other industry. So that's how one should proceed, so that we are taking care of resilience. Next one. Now, when we look at green buildings, and I have already mentioned about what it is, but let me also give a bit of detail. When we start, and maybe you should visit some of those sites. In India, when we go to many of the forts, we find that they were very well engineered. The airflow is so good that if there is, they don't actually require fans. The airflow itself takes care of it. There is another basic principle, and that is 6 meters below the earth, that yearly temperature is average mean of that temperature. For example, in Delhi, it is 25 degrees. And that is the temperature you require by air conditioning. So summer, it goes up to 48. In winter, it drops down to 2 degrees. So if you circulate that air, then it is, the air is round the year is at 25 degrees. And you must have experienced that when you take out water through when you pump groundwater, it's either hot, it's hot during summer, it's hot during winter and cold during summer, because it's at the ambient temperature. So can we really look into a concept of earth-air tunnel for cooling of buildings? Wherever you have space, you can actually go for it. Let's also look into the tree cover. That plays a very important part by shading your building. And wherever heating is a bigger problem, one should go for it. Let's also look at, can I recycle the water, the rainwater? Rainwater harvesting becomes important because ultimately you have to take care of aquifers and you have to ensure there is enough water. So the energy management is important, water recycling is important, waste management is important, building material, and all that because you and I won't like to compromise human comfort, and therefore occupant comfort become extremely important. And then you basically take care of the entire